hello. Oops. There we go.
Upload.
All right, you got audio as well. Yes, we are here once again. This time with special guest Billy Bobsack, who I was expecting to be drawing today. Maybe next time, I guess.
Definitely next time. I have to look up how much the pins are,
Yeah.
or I can figure out some way to hook up my phone camera.
Ooh.
And have it hung up where I can draw physically on the paper.
That would actually be pretty fun.
That's probably what I'll do. Albeit I'd probably have to have it on the dresser, my dresser.
All right. But, yeah. In the meantime, I'm just going to be animating here as we're going through, and right now I'm trying to think about how I want to go about going through these. I got the keys done, so I'm going to be in-betweening. Did you ever, out of curiosity, did you ever do like stop motion or anything like that? Try that out when you were younger?
If you're meaning like the Notebook?
No, I mean like taking like clay or even like, I don't know, like action figures and stuff like that when you were younger and like taking pictures of it to make it move.
I have not actually. I did do the clay stuff in class and stuff, but
oh yeah.
I didn't have access to a camera. That's some fancy people stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's fair. We actually, when I was younger, because that's kind of technically how I got my start with animation. We had an old like digital Canon camera, and so we would use that all the time. And so we for a long time out in our like kind of entranceway to our house, like it's kind of where the kitchen was and whatnot, we would have a camera set up in the middle of the room with a little like platform where we would do this stuff. And of course, you know, it's stop motion animation, so like it would take forever, so that would just be there for weeks. It's like taking up space on the counter or the table.
Yeah, I do got one question from the last stream.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to look this up. Where did the saying come from that you can't read in your dreams?
I don't know where it came from, but it's one of those like urban legend kind of things, I think. Where it's like, oh, did you know, kind of stuff, and it's like, but it's completely made up. So who knows where it came from? There's probably like 15 like video essays on YouTube all about it, but I'm not sure. What's up, Dafax? Good to see you.
Do you think it's just the one person who came up with it was like illiterate and just didn't want to say it? You know?
It might be.
Like everyone else was talking about it, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to trick everyone to thinking. No. You can't read.
No, you can't read your dreams.
Possible. Because, like I said, I had that like Winds of Winter dream, and I had the copy of the book and everything, and I was like reading through the story, and I don't know why my mind was making up the plot line of it, but boy, did it not make sense. I was like, I was in my dream. I was like, I don't know what George is smoking.
I'm trying to think if I want to say there was a dream I had where I was like reading a book, but I don't know what book it would have been. I'm not sure.
It was also kind of a slight nightmare because like the book got ripped in half.
Oh.
It was like the only copy. And I was like, oh my god.
Oh no. What are we going to do? We don't have the Winds of Winter by George R.R. Martin anymore.
Dreams are so weird. So weird. I mean, they kind of make sense, your dreams, but not really. In a lot of ways.
It's kind of frustrating because like I feel like I'm a genius in some dreams, and then I wake up and it's like, yo, that was a great idea. Like, what was that idea again? And then like you try to figure it out, and it's like, wait a minute, that was stupid. That doesn't make sense. Doggone it.
Oh man, yeah, it happens quite a bit. To be honest.
We actually don't.
What always gets me is your brain just randomly transitioning to the different set piece. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're in the high school, you open the door, next thing you know, you're in your backyard, and it's like, I don't get this, you know? I don't know how these scenes work together.
My brother actually has kind of this weird mind palace thing going on with some of his dreams. He has like a town that he built in his dreams that he's actually like, he'll like hang out in and stuff like that. And it has like landmarks and whatnot.
Wait, so he's been like Minecrafting in his dreams for how many years?
I mean, I don't know if he's. It's not necessarily that he's been like building it like himself necessarily, but like it's a consistent place kind of thing. But this was a number of years ago. He was telling me about it. I don't know if he still has dreams in that place. I think he does. But I mean, that was a long time ago. He's been having dreams like that for a long time. So, you know.
Asher says, I'm never lucid enough in my dreams. Consider I'm not dreaming.
I've had dreams where, like, it's one of those scenarios where you're trying to wake up and stuff like that. You know you're dreaming, and it's like, so you're almost like trying to find the exit to your dream. So you're going, and a lot of times, like, it ends up you're like going in circles. I remember there's this one I had where it was like, I knew I was dreaming, and it was kind of like creepy. It was kind of this like creepy area, creepy zone. But it was around my house, and I'm going around my house, and I'm going through like different areas. But I just kind of keep ending up in other parts of the house. And I'm like, well, I'm still not awake. It's like, doggone it, you know. But I remember at one point I went outside of my house, so I'm in my like on my front porch. And I just look over, and it's like, it's all foggy. It looks like straight up something out of like Silent Hill. It's all foggy. And I look over, and there's like some dude like walking towards me out of the mist, and like creepy music, like Bloodborne sounding music starts playing, and I'm like, oh, okay, not going over there. What's up, Tenkage?
You must have watched too much Lovecraft stuff, you know?
Honestly, I've never read Lovecraft. I've never seen like a movie inspired by Lovecraft. Like, I'm not a big Lovecraft guy. I'm not a big like cosmic horror guy. Well, that's not true. By it? What? Say again?
You never seen a movie inspired by it?
I don't think so. I mean, I've seen like short films inspired by like Lovecraft work and whatnot, but like, it's. I mean, maybe I have. I don't know.
I know you played Skyrim, of course. Everyone's played
Skyrim. Yeah.
So you know you have
Hermaeus Mora, yeah.
Yeah. He's like the most obvious one, I think.
Yeah.
Trying to think of other movies that have some inspiration from it. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. But nothing especially direct. Again, that I'm aware of. Because like even like The Thing, that's not Lovecraft. That's oh shoot, who wrote that book? Who Goes There?
Let me
remember.
Is it called Who Goes There?
Yeah, it's called Who Goes There, and I actually want to read it. I'm really curious as to what it is or how it is.
Book. John W. Campbell.
John W. I thought it was Campbell.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure.
Written under the pen name of Don A. Stewart.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm guessing just the new versions just go under his actual name instead of his pen name.
I think so. I don't know though. I couldn't find it
I haven't
anywhere.
read that. I know we watched, what was it, last October we rewatched The Thing from Another World.
Yeah,
movie.
the 53 or 51.
Yeah.
One of my favorite movies, man.
The monster design wasn't the greatest. I'm still gonna argue that technically he's the good guy in that movie. Like, he's kind of justified for like hating humans, you know. Like all he experienced was a dude with a gun, and when he gets thawed out, and he immediately shoots him, and then they sick dogs on him, you know.
Light him on fire.
Yeah. Like at a certain point, I'm like, is he the bad guy? I mean, he is, but you know, I feel like there's a little bit of justified anger in this murder. The movie was good. The dialogue was really excellent in that movie.
Yeah, some of the best dialogue in really any movie that I've ever watched. It's kind of crazy. Because usually people think with like, you know, classic 50s sci-fi and stuff like that, they're thinking like B horror movie type stuff where it's like super cheesy, poorly acted, you know, rubber monsters and all that. But no, people have known how to make movies for a long time.
And then Asher was saying my real trouble is sleep paralysis. I don't know if I've had like what is it, sleep paralysis in a dream in a very, very long time.
I have I've experienced sleep paralysis. I also realized I'm not doing this right. Like I've never had like sleep paralysis demons before. But I remember one time I did like wake up and I couldn't move. Like I felt like the paralysis or whatever. And at first I was a little bit worried because I was like, oh crap, am I like if I'm paralyzed, it's like, can I breathe? It's like, okay, I can breathe. But eventually I kind of just like sort of willed myself awake. And I was like, okay, let me like kind of manual override this real quick.
I think I have like mild claustrophobia, so for me it's mainly like I can't. I don't know how to explain it. Feels like my skull's stuck. I'm like, oh my god, I hate this feeling.
Interesting.
I have to push myself to wake open. Lucid dreams. I think I haven't had one in a very, very long time. I had one. However, I was able to figure out that it was a fake dream. So I was like 15 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I was in my room. Now, in my dream, like, you know, like the whooshing sound? And it was getting louder and louder and faster and shit. And like outside my window was like the fucking multicolored strobe light things. You know?
Okay.
And like I have the sleep paralysis too, but I'm like moving to turn my head as it gets louder and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like a shadow of like the alien.
Oh my god.
This is what destroyed it. This is how I was like, oh, this is fake. I had like a PS4. And at that time, I never had a PS4. So I was like, there's a PS4 where my Xbox is, and I was like, I don't own that. This is bullshit. I was like, this is fake. That was the last one I had. And I'm not even joking.
Funny. That's
literally how I broke it. I was like, I was fully immersed in it. I was like, everything. And I was like, oh, no, that's a PS4. I don't own that. You know? It's fake.
Yeah.
It was a bit disappointing, you know?
I very rarely have lucid dreams. I did have one where I was actually playing as... Actually, was that a lucid dream? I don't know if it was fully lucid, but like I was more in control of it than like your standard dream. Because I was basically playing Skyrim. And I was playing the character that I've been playing, which is like this like gnarly looking dark elf with like troll skulls on his armor and whatnot, and Gus's sword. And so I literally am like,
wait, do you have mods installed in this?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
In this stream?
Well, yeah.
I'm
Well,
like,
and it was even cooler than that because I had a mod in the dream that was basically like a realistic climbing type mod, and the way that it worked was, mountains and stuff like that. I mean, it was way more detailed than Skyrim actually is because I was like
wait,
moving as the character, right?
so are you telling me you couldn't just get on a horse and ride up the mountain
No, no, because basically the way it worked. Well, I don't know actually. That might still have been a thing, but
to
the
test
way
it out in your dream?
that would have been funny. But the way that it worked was, your stamina actually mattered because you're not necessarily like climbing like Zelda climbing. It's like you're moving on these different paths, right? And so as you're moving on these paths, you're losing stamina or you're getting exhausted, and the more exhausted you are, the more careful you have to be because otherwise you'll fall off or whatever. And it was actually really cool. It was like, oh wow, I'm actually like climbing this mountain. This is really sick. But I wound up in this area where like it was kind of this like eventually I got off the mountain and I was in a like kind of like a sewer system. Like if you ever played Oblivion, it looked like a sewer system in Oblivion. And there was a like vampire I was interacting with, doing a quest, and he's like not a good guy or whatever. And basically, I'm trying to.
Was this like, how do I put this? Was it just real, or your like brain like making this the most ultra realistic Skyrim ever, or were you imagining it in Skyrim's graphics at the time?
It was a little bit of both because like it was like I was playing the game because my brothers were actually watching me, which comes into play later, and but like it was like think about it like just a really realistic like VR Skyrim, right? That's what it was like basically.
Uh,
And so what ends up happening is I end up talking to this vampire dude, trying to get information from him, but he's being like super annoying and it's just like, oh well, you're gonna have to do something for me kind of stuff. And I'm getting like sick and tired of it. And this isn't real Skyrim because it actually gives you the ability to roleplay. Because one of the dialogue options, I basically, as my brothers are watching me, I tell them, I'm like, man, screw this guy. Like, I freaking hate this guy. This guy sucks. And one of the options is, well, why don't I just kill you right now? So I selected that and just chopped him. I was just like, but it was really cool because after that, like, he had like vampire thralls or whatever. And so I, like, after just straight up murking this guy with the Dragon Slayer sword, I, like, ran back into the light and I'm, like, waiting for them to come out of the shadows to cut them in half. And soon as they, like, jump out, I just, like, swing and smack them across the room. It's actually pretty fun.
I think I know why you had this dream.
I was playing a crap ton of Skyrim.
Well, no, you saw Twilight, and you're like, oh my god, vampires must be destroyed every universe.
I mean, I don't like vampires, that's for sure.
Oh man.
Generally speaking.
You know what? I'm gonna ask this. What is your favorite vampire flick?
That's a good let me think about that because I have an immediate answer that I want to give, but like let me think because I'm not a big vampire guy. Like for some people, it's probably like Blade or whatever. But honestly, let me think. I think it's just Nosferatu, the original Nosferatu, because I actually really do like that movie. That's a really cool movie. And I prefer, like, if you're gonna have a vampire, like, make it like him like a freak, like it's just this gangly, like, gnarly looking, kind of rat looking thing,
Yeah. You know what underrated film I'd give? Dawnbreakers.
Dawnbreakers.
So vampires rule the world, right?
Yeah.
Like going after the humans, and the whole plot is like the main character, he didn't want to be a vampire, his brother forced him to be, and he's like trying to find a substitute blood so they don't have to use humans anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole plot around the movie. the movie itself is not actually bad. You also have what's the dude who plays a Green Goblin? Always
Oh,
blank
Willem
on his name.
Dafoe.
Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Who's playing like a former vampire who's like a big fan of Elvis and is speaking like Elvis in the movie. Like, you know what? This movie's schlocky, but I love it. It's good.
That's funny.
And it fully commits to like the vampire myths. Like they can't be reflected into the mirrors. You know?
Do they have to ask to enter a house?
That is the one thing they don't have to do. That is my favorite meme, by the way. It's so stupid. It's the can I enter the house? And it's the woman going, I don't know, can you? You know, like, it's an English joke.
Yeah.
Grammar joke. And I'm like, you know what? I love this meme because it's so stupid. Oh, man. But my favorite, I don't know. I'd probably also put, probably Fright Night.
Right.
Actually, quite like the vampire in that movie.
I've actually not seen that one either.
Oh my god. How have you not watched it?
There's actually a lot of movies I haven't seen. It's kind of funny. There's a lot of movies I have seen and haven't seen. Just kind of funny.
It's weird because you haven't seen Gangs of New York. Thought you saw that one.
Well, I've kind of gotten out of, like, when I was younger, I was going through a lot of like the classic horror movies and stuff like that. You know, I was a fan of Cinemassacre's like Monster Madness and stuff like that, where he would do all these reviews of classic horror and whatnot. And so that got me really into classic horror as well. So I've seen a lot of those, you know, the Universal Monster movies and all that. And so I was going through those, and that's what kind of got me into movies, was actually older films. But then I've gotten out of the habit of watching movies. Although I've been getting back into it. Me and my brother have been watching movies a lot lately over like Discord and whatnot. And he is on a quest to try to find an actually scary Japanese horror movie. Because he's seen a lot of them, and he's shown me some of them, and yeah, oftentimes we're just not impressed.
I wonder if there's also like just a barrier in culture with Japanese, because to them, I don't know, they kind of come off silly when they're trying to be scary.
Well, that's the thing, but yeah, that would be like fair enough, right? It's like, oh, okay, you know, like cultural differences. But then you have people who are like, they're like, oh my gosh, like The Ring is like the scariest movie ever. It's like, it's not really. You know, it really isn't. It's not that scary.
Is it people saying it now or saying it when it came out? You know?
I think a little bit of both. Maybe it's kind of a rose tinted goggles kind of thing, you know?
Well, no, I'm saying if people are still saying that today, it's like, maybe not. Effects probably don't hold up that well. Yeah.
Actually, I mean, the effects are fine. Like the movie is like well made enough. It's just like the execution. It's all in the execution. And it was the same thing with a movie called Cairo that we watched not that long ago. Like, and that one for sure, I know that people are like, oh yeah, no, that's a great movie and stuff like that. And I'm just like, man, that was boring. And I like slow movie. I like classic horror, you know, just like, it doesn't have to be like, boo, spooky jump scare every 3 seconds. In fact, I hate that. But like, oh my gosh, that movie just did not have anything going for it.
You know what used to frighten me as a kid? Ernest Scared and Stupid. With those trolls, man.
I have only seen one Ernest movie, and that was Ernest Goes to Camp. And I watched the ever-living crap out of that movie. In fact, that is the movie that ruined Bon Jovi for my brother. Because I watched it so much.
Okay. You need to watch Ernest Scared Stupid. Just to let you know, in Ernest Scared Stupid, the troll masks that the trolls that they made,
Mm-hmm.
they're reused masks from Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just repaint it,
Oh my word.
props, which makes sense why they look so wacky in
Yeah,
that movie.
yeah. Oh,
But you
that's
need to watch
funny.
it. It's a low budget movie, but it's like a good movie with
That's
Ernest.
funny.
And you haven't watched Ernest Goes to Jail?
No, I haven't.
He gets superpowers in the movie.
Oh yeah, don't they?
Like
I do know that scene.
yeah, they put him in an electric chair, and he gets like super like magnetic electric powers and shooting lightning out of his head. And I'm like, I love these movies. They're so bad, but you know.
Hey, you
There
gotta
was that one.
respect the charm.
Yeah, there was that one. There was the Christmas one. The weird thing in that movie is you had the two side characters, the fat dude and the skinny dude. The skinny dude was just like the silent one, who just always wanting to shoot somebody. Like that's his entire character is just any chance he gets, he wants to blow someone's head off. Oh man. I think the worst one out of them all, if I can remember correctly, was the Ernest Goes to Africa. I don't remember that one.
I didn't even know that one was a thing.
Yeah, well, there's like, I want to say there's like 12 Ernest movies.
Yeah.
Let me actually fact check that. How many Ernest movies? But you gotta watch Scared and Stupid at least.
Here's a question. Speaking of trolls, have you ever seen Troll 2?
I actually never watched the first one. I know I've watched like one of the reviewers, like big ones, review both of them before, but I've never actually watched it myself.
Well, it's weird because Troll 1 is like not even related to Troll 2. It's like totally separate.
They're not even trolls in the first one. They're goblins, right?
Well, they're goblins in the second one. I think the first one they are. But yeah, no, Nilbog is goblin spelled backwards.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Do you know who wrote that? They watched The Shining and they went, that good. Let me try that.
Yeah, some Italian filmmaker. Here's what I want to know. There's a scene in that movie, and I used to know this. I used to know what it was, but there's a scene in that movie that's it's some dude's watching the TV, laying on the couch watching the TV, and it's like he is watching the weirdest thing you've ever seen in your life. It's like a monkey like grabs a glowing rock and like takes off into space like he's a rocket. Like, I mean, like that is like verbatim like what is happening on the screen, and you just see it for like a split second and you're just like, what in the world are they watching? And I used to know what it was. That someone tracked, I think it was Cinemassacre, they tracked down what that movie was or whatever, and it's like some weird like Italian sci-fi or something like that.
Someone on 4chan tracked it down.
Yeah, probably.
And they're like, I don't know, we can find a guy. Cause didn't they find out who the Wilhelm scream dude is, right?
Probably. I mean, everyone knows like where that, or I don't know if everyone, but that comes from a specific movie.
Yeah, well, it comes from a specific movie, and it's specifically, I don't know if they ever figured out who was the original voice behind that. If they ever figure it out, the family can get so much royalties off of like just about every movie, technically.
Yeah, maybe. Like, it depends on if there was an agreement or not. See, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter if your work is used. What matters is what was your contract. What did your contract say?
You want to know how many Ernest movies there are?
At least like 14, I'm gonna say.
Hey, you're actually overestimating. There's 10.
Oh, really? There's 10. Okay. Man.
and it's because he died.
Yeah, that's right. Was he making them up to his death?
The last one to come out was in 1998. He died in early 2000s, February.
Wow. Huh. I
So,
actually didn't know he was making them into the 90s, or that late into the 90s after he had done, like, because he was the voice of Slinky in Toy Story.
yeah. Was he the voice of Slinky in Toy Story?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Jim Varney.
I don't remember him being the dog.
Yeah. No, he is straight up the voice of Slinky Dog in Toy Story. Look it up.
Oh my god, he was. I'm trying to remember what the dog sounded like. Let me look up a scene.
It sounds like Jim Varney. Just straight up.
I mean, to be fair, it's been like, I'm gonna be honest, it's been 6, 7 more years since I've watched any Toy Story movie.
The last one I watched was the fourth one. That was a number of years ago, and it was the most like, why does this exist movie? Like, it wasn't terrible or anything like that necessarily. It was just like, there's kind of nothing really here, huh, guys?
That was with the last one I watched was the third one when it came out.
Honestly, that's a good way to send it off.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, you didn't care for
Mainly because I was like getting deja vu
it?
with the plot.
Oh?
I was like, hold up, didn't we do this like twist villain stuff in the last one? Like the same way? Which is, oh, we meet this dude, oh, it's all great and fun family time. Oh, I don't really like this, and then it turns out in Toy Story 2 it was the country grandpa dude. In the third movie it's the teddy bear. Who just turns all like mafia boss as the villain. I was like, I've seen this. I mean, I don't think it's the worst movie. Keep in mind.
Yeah, but, I mean, it wasn't as good as like the first two for sure.
Well, it was also this was also when Disney started having a really bad formula, and this was happening with Disney animation movies and Pixar. Specifically, the quote unquote twist villain. Oh, you thought I was the good guy? I'm the evil. Go back and look at their movies. All of them do it. All of them now. The of course, Toy Story 3. What was the Builder one?
Wreck-It Ralph? Yeah.
Wreck-It Ralph had the same plot with the what was it, the mayor or something?
Whatever, King Candy or whatever his name was.
And then Frozen, which I'm glad I've never watched that movie.
Same.
But like what was it? The dude, whatever, main prince dude turns out to be evil.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you can keep going and going with the movies, and it's like, it's the same formula. I
never thought about it, like, because truth be told, the last, let's see, the last distinctly Disney movie, like Disney animation movie that I watched, I think it was Wreck-It Ralph, which I enjoyed. I thought that was a decent movie. I thought it was fun. And then after that, I don't think I've actually watched a Disney movie, because I watched for Pixar. The last Pixar movie I watched, technically, okay, I guess I did watch Toy Story 4. So there's that. But technically that's Pixar and Disney. But before that, as far as Pixar goes, I watched Finding Dory,
Oh,
and that one was
I've
not good.
is it not? I never
I
watched it. I remember
no,
when they were heavily marketing it and stuff.
yeah,
Of course, I grew up with Finding Nemo when it
yeah,
came out. What year did it come out?
2002 or three, I want to say,
Let me look it up. Finding Nemo.
because Monsters Inc. was 2001.
2003. I was
Yeah,
4 years old when Finding Nemo came out.
I was 5.
So, and here's the thing.
No, I
We
was
played it in
6, I think.
So our music teacher in
Mhm.
elementary school, she would always play the movie.
Oh,
So we
really?
watched it at home a lot, and then I watched it at school a lot with Finding Nemo. But I just remember seeing the marketing for it. I don't remember it kind of got people forgot about it very quickly after it came out.
Did they?
Yeah, with Finding Dory.
Oh, Finding Dory. Yeah, yeah. Finding Dory. Finding Nemo was.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. Finding Nemo is a classic.
Yeah, no, that's a great movie.
Especially for my generation, classic. A lot of us
Mhm.
watched it.
Oh yeah.
And still watch it.
Well, it was back during
Finding
that time. It was back during that time when Pixar. It was like a big deal for a Pixar movie coming. It come out like every couple years, or a few years. Because the previous movie to that was Monsters Inc. That came out in 2001, I think.
Yes.
Yep. And oh, is that?
That movie had some scary scenes as when I was a kid, by the way. Monsters Inc.
The opening was pretty terrifying, and then it was really funny.
Not just the opening. I felt, oh my god, I felt so terrified for the dude who got the sock put on him.
Oh yeah.
Because they were like shredding him. And keep in mind, I'm 2, 3 years old when I'm watching this. Because it came out in 2001, so I'm 2. 3 or 4 is when I could really start understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not even joking. I feel so sad. And the other scene that really scared me when I was a kid was the when he comes out and he's like pale white and wrinkly, and they're putting like the mouth thing. Remember?
Yeah.
It's like the mouth sunk. What was that? It was the mouth suction thingy. It's a little weird.
Oh yeah.
Because it almost happened to Mike Wazowski in it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that creeped me out. The doors actually terrified me when they get sent into like the frozen land.
Oh yeah.
The Yeti. Of course, the main antagonist is the spider one. So he had a little bit of the twist villain, but this is like way before that trend was like becoming a regular thing, right?
It's kind of funny looking back at it. It's like that's actually a very prevalent part of their like formula, even like really far back. Like Finding Nemo didn't really have it, but Toy Story 1 sort of. It had more of the opposite. It had a kind of a reverse sort of villainy kind of thing, where like the all the mangled toys and stuff like that actually aren't evil,
Also wait, hold on. Was the collector was in the second movie, right?
No, or yes, the collector was in the second movie.
But the second movie did have the twist villain with the
with yeah.
Grandpa, whatever his name.
Stinky Pete, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, but looking at like Monsters Inc., you have kind of the reverse villain. Finding Nemo again didn't really have that. But The Incredibles kind of did as well. Not
Did it really?
Not really, but kind of in the sense that like it's like, oh, Buddy's the villain kind of thing, right? This kid who's like looking up to Mr. Incredible ends up being the villain. It's a lot better than just your generic like I was evil the whole time, kind of
Yeah.
affair. So like
Him,
it
I
can
don't
be
know if
done well, but
I don't know if I'd consider Buddy one, because he was a random kid in the opening, right?
mhm.
That was getting into trouble, and I mean, I guess kind of. Well, no, it is kind of the twist because he's getting hired by them, and of
Yeah.
course, them are actually the villains who are
Yeah.
using it for their master plan to
Yeah.
use the robot. So never mind, technically it counts.
Yeah. I never watched Cars, so I have no idea if that's in there in that one.
There's no twist villain. I've watched it when it came out. Long story short, he's a NASCAR driver, gets arrested in town, and then they turn him into a slave. I mean, indentured servant, prisoner in the movie. Let's be the messaging in the movie, not the best. Oh no! Oh, he's gonna work a chain gang. Anyways, I'm trying. Yeah, technically there is no twist villain in that movie.
Let's see what came out after Cars actually.
Cars 2.
Well, okay. Well, did that have a twist villain? Like I have no idea. I've never watched any of the Cars movies.
No, I think the main the main antagonist was like a French car. He's like, no bullshit. He was like a French car, but he was kind of just the antagonist of the entire movie. I don't remember there being a twist villain in that one.
Huh.
Wall-E had a twist villain.
Yes, it did actually. I still like that movie.
I
think that's a pretty good movie, but yeah.
Well, I like the when there's no dialogue, no humans, just Wall-E going around and just him saying like one word, and the rest of it's just
it's so funny to me, like, because I remember when that movie came out. That movie was a pretty big deal, but it never like. That movie was kind of funny because like after Cars, I kind of stopped paying attention to Pixar. In fact, like as a family, we kind of stopped paying attention to Pixar. So we never. I'm trying to remember if we sat down and watched that one. We might have, but it was after. It was well after. We never went to the movie theaters. I
don't know if I saw it in the movie theaters, but maybe I did. But I saw it after. I know that for sure. Also, I saw Monster University in the theaters.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that one. But as far as Wall-E, it's so funny because I remember seeing like a I don't know, it was like on the news or something like that, one of the morning shows or whatever, and they're talking about it and they're like complimenting, like, oh wow, it's like it's so amazing to see him, like, he doesn't have any dialogue, but he's so expressive, blah 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 blah. And now having grown up, it's like, yeah, just make something without voice actors. You'll learn real quick how to tell a story without dialogue. It's just like, yeah, you just do it, Not to say that it wasn't well done.
I think the opening was well done. Once you get to the ship, mainly because I don't find the antagonist that interesting or that clever.
He wasn't kind of really like anything, honestly.
Yeah. Here's the thing. He just wants to get rid of the plant because he wants to keep everyone on the ship because, I don't know, programming.
I guess. Yeah.
He doesn't have an interesting motivation, really. He doesn't have an interesting voice. It's like a generic deep voice robot. He doesn't have any. I don't know. He sucked as a thinking about it. I'm looking at their movies. Coco I didn't watch. I think I saw like some of it, but never fully watched it.
Heard it was really good.
Ernie. I forgot they made like a spin-off one of Wall-E with the Bernie. The one who
Oh
got like
yeah,
a rocket or
that was
whatever.
like a
That was on the
short or
ship.
whatever. Yeah,
Yeah. Brave, I did not watch.
I watched Brave. It's kind of dumb. It's
My
actually really
mom's a
dumb.
bear.
Well,
My
it
mom's
was
a bear.
like I don't know how the Scottish feel about that movie. Like honestly.
They're probably like, well, they might be too drunk to even recognize it, you know?
All right.
To be fair. Where else we got? Elemental, I didn't watch that.
Same. I didn't bother with that one.
Didn't they have like Seth Rogen as like the main voice actor in that?
Maybe I don't know. I didn't really
Ratatouille.
pay attention to that one.
Ratatouille, I don't remember really. It didn't have a twist villain.
I've only seen half that movie.
It's
Saw it in
not
school.
bad.
I've heard it's not bad. I've heard that it's pretty good. Some people really like it.
It's not bad, but when you think of like the story outside of, it's kind of messed up. Like we got a rat controlling a man's head and a rat touching food. And he's trying to teach all the other rats that if you eat good and healthy food, you'll be better. And that we should eat like cheese and bread instead of like ass meat or something. I don't know. That's like his whole thing. Turning Red. I have honestly seen like 30 minutes of that movie.
I didn't bother. I was like, whatever. I don't care.
It is not only terrible, it's like a disgusting messaging where it's like it's supposed to be a period allegory.
Well, see,
And puberty.
I've heard that, but at the same time, I don't know like if that was just weird journalists like taking certain things like way too far because they do that. I don't know.
If I remember correctly, there's definitely weird stuff in the movie. She's literally taking pictures of herself as the panda to get money so she can go to the dance.
I mean, that just in and of itself is kind of weird. Like,
yeah, but the thing is very much like a puberty growing into a woman type of allegory with the panda.
Yeah.
Like, she's getting it right when she's supposed to be turning like 11, 12, right?
I don't get it.
Her mother, grandmother all went through at the same age. It's very clear where that movie's going with it.
Yeah.
It just gets creepier. What else we got? What was the plot to Toy Story 4?
That's a very good question, Billy. Because, like, I could tell you verbatim what it is, but it's probably not going to make much sense because it was all over the freaking place. Like, because the way the movie opens, I do not get this movie.
I know how the third one ended. The third one ended with him giving his toys to the little girl.
Yeah, so it picks up with that, right? And basically, so she's, you know, has all these toys and stuff like that, but she doesn't really play with Woody very much, right? So there's that aspect of it. But then, like, what ends up happening is the girl goes to school or whatever, right? So, for the first, like, her first day and stuff like that. And she basically makes a toy, right? Now there's that, like, spork thing or whatever that was, like, marketed all over the place.
But not that non-ginger one, right? From, like, Sweden?
No, I
The
don't.
one who's like a string? You know what I'm talking about, right?
I'm not sure.
It's like a Swedish toy. It's supposed to be non-gender toy. It looks terrible. No one's gonna play with it. It's like a string and stuff. Robot Chicken did like a really
Yeah.
funny job.
No, it's not that. It was literally like the girl made this like out of like trash, right? like as an arts and crafts thing, kind of, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it like comes alive, right? Because now it's a toy, basically. And so Woody's like, okay, well, I gotta like save this guy or whatever, and takes him home.
Mm-hmm.
But basically that kind of gets sidelined because he's like pushing the idea like, oh no, like this is like the most important toy for the girl or whatever, and it's like all of a sudden Woody's like a psychologist or something. It was really weird. And then 1 second, I gotta actually think this through. And so like the family decides to go on vacation, right? And so they get in the camper and they go on vacation. And they wind up at a thrift store. And at the beginning of the movie, you learned how Bo got basically donated, right, to a thrift store or whatever.
Hey,
so,
who's Bo again?
Bo is Bo Peep, the girl in the first and second movie. She's like not really a thing, but it, like kind of has a relationship with Woody, kind of.
Wait, hold up. In the first and second movie, Bo.
Yeah. She has the sheep.
Wasn't that supposed to be Mary or something?
No, it's Bo Peep. It's little Bo Peep.
Wow. Okay, I'm blanking on the characters. The character was barely in the first. And
It wasn't
one,
really a character, right?
Yeah.
Well, so he comes across this thrift store and it's like, oh, maybe she's here, which is like, okay, that's kind of plot contrivance because of course she is, right? Turns out that was the store that she went to or whatever.
Wait, so Andy didn't give her to the girl? I thought she did in the last
No, she was gone. Bo was gone. She didn't go to the I was about to say orphanage. No, the daycare. She didn't go to the daycare. Because she wasn't like, she was like yard saled off or donated or whatever.
Yeah, but I thought at the end of the third movie he took all his toys, including the ones that were at the daycare.
He did, yes, but again, Bo wasn't at the daycare. She was already gone. So the third movie, she's not in the third movie at all.
Oh, is it supposed to be they're trying to retcon an implication that she was just sold off before that?
Oh, that's the story, right? But like, okay. So yeah. So basically, you know, she was sold off and went to a like a thrift store or whatever. And so there's this thrift store that Woody comes across and is like, oh, maybe she's there or whatever. And ends up going into the thrift store and meets this like creepy doll. And again, twist villain, because at first she's like, I don't even remember what her plot was. Oh, that's right. She wanted to steal his voice box. Because like it's the same like make and model as what she used to have, and now she feels like she's like worthless without it or whatever. And it's like,
what?
Yeah, like that's actually like her motivation. That's like her villainous motivation is she was a like talking doll, like vintage, like this really old vintage talking doll from the same era as Woody. And basically Woody's voice box is the same make as what she used to have. So she's like, oh, I could take yours and get my voice back, and then, you know, someone will want to buy me or whatever. It's like,
oh my god.
It's like, okay. And then in the midst of it, so keep in mind this Spork dude is still a like factor, kind of, barely, right? I think it kind of like turns into like a hostage rescue kind of thing. But like he eventually meets Bo Peep. She's been hanging out at like a carnival or whatever. Just like doing her own thing or whatever. And like that's basically the plot. They like come up with this whole plan to save the Spork dude, like from the clutches of the evil vintage doll.
Where's Buzz in this?
Buzz is like turned into a joke. That's basically his character. So like,
Was that because Tim Allen's voicing?
I don't know, probably. And it was just like lame. It just made Buzz lame. It was just like, okay, whatever. Like the whole movie, like, it was just like, what?
Yeah, they never addressed how the toys don't know that their toys are fake.
Say again?
All the way back from the first one. Because Buzz comes out the damn box. Like he actually has lasers and rockets can fly.
Yeah.
Either way, the plot sounds terrible. I'm assuming the movie ends with nothing moving forward. Does she get like ripped in half or something or die?
No, basically like Woody basically comes to the conclusion that like, oh, maybe I don't need to like have a child, basically, right? Like have a kid play with me. Maybe I can go do something else. So he ends up just giving her the voice box anyway. It was just like, okay, whatever.
And this is after she was a horrible person. He just gives it to her.
Yeah, like
horrible toy.
Yeah, she was like kidnapping people and like threatening to like commit essentially like non-consensual surgery on Woody. And
boy, this sounds like Disney writing.
It was just like, okay.
It sounds like modern Disney writing.
It was just like,
but you see, she's damaged, so it's all.
Yeah, basically it was like, oh, so she's like been through so much kind of thing. It's like, yeah, non-consensual surgery, yay! Freaking sicking goons on people and kidnapping to get her way.
I forgot Disney Pixar did A Bug's Life.
Oh yeah, that one's
what was
alright.
the plot to that one? There were ants.
It was basically Seven Samurai. Because you have the grasshoppers. I mean, it's a little bit more than that, but like it's basically Seven Samurai. Basically the plot is you have the ants and you have the grasshoppers, and the grasshoppers basically enslave the ants. Kind of. They're like looking for tribute. Essentially, is a better way to put it. And so the main ant guy decides, hey, like let's fight against them or whatever the frick. And so he goes to a like city, basically a bug city, to get mercenaries, basically to hire mercenaries. But what he ends up doing is hiring a circus troupe, basically circus actors, to fight for them. And so it's like, oh, well, shoot. That's basically the plot.
Oh my god. So I see a couple. Bolt. I don't know if you remember that one.
Oh, I barely remember Bolt. That one didn't make much of a splash. I mean, I remember there was a crap ton of advertising for it, but then it like came out and everyone was like, okay. I never watched it.
It was a generic like rip-off of Crypto.
Yeah.
Superman's dog. Basically what it was. Evidently there's a movie called Lifted.
Lifted?
It's about an alien doing his first abduction under his tutor. I have never heard of this movie.
I is it a short? Oh, it's a short.
Is it
Okay, I
short?
have seen that. Yes. No, that one's actually kind of funny because, like, yeah, he's he's basically an intern alien trying to like abduct someone, and the dude's like asleep, and so he's just like smashing him around the room and like trying to get him out the window. It's actually pretty
And
funny.
then Big Hero 6,
I
which
never saw that one.
I think I saw maybe 10 minutes of it. I don't know if I've ever watched it all the way through.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, I've only ever watched like 3/4 of Up.
Up.
I don't think I've ever finished.
Honestly, like that's you know how Wally, you like the first half of the movie.
Uh-huh.
That's Up for me. Like that's the way I feel about Up, honestly.
The first half?
Yeah, the first half is great. Like the characters are great, the premise is super fun and adventurous and everything like that. But then like once like they find the bird, that's another one with a twist villain as well.
Who's the twist villain in that one?
He's the fat kid's name is Russell, isn't it? What's the old man's name?
I actually don't know.
I can't remember, but basically the old man's old hero, you know, the guy who went to Paradise Falls and stuff like that, he ends up being the villain because he's been after this bird, and the kid and the old man like found this bird, and now they realize like he's crazy, he's gonna kill the bird or whatever.
Yeah, Russell's the kid. Camp Master Staunch? Strotch?
That sounds like a different character.
And Carl.
Carl.
Carl Fredrickson. Blah, 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 blah. I can't. Yeah, I can't speak.
Yeah, Carl. His name's Carl. So yeah, so basically Carl's old hero from when he was a kid, the guy who first discovered Paradise Falls and stuff like that, ends up being the villain.
Like I said, I think I watched maybe 10-20 minutes of the movie. It's been so long. I remember being okay what I watched.
It's an alright film. Also, hello, Maji-chan. Yes, Doug, the dog.
Was the whole plot was him like going over grief after losing his wife, right?
Yeah, so he lost his wife, and he's about to lose his home. So what he does, that's why he flies away with it on balloons, is basically him and his wife had this dream to go to Paradise Falls. That's actually how they like met, basically, and how they fell in love, and but they never got around to it, basically. So as kind of a like way to basically like he's about to lose the house, you know, which is like the last thing he has. So he's like, well, I'm just gonna take it to Paradise Falls. So that's what he uses all the balloons for.
And then you have the Soul movie, which I've seen like 5 minutes of that movie. I just find it ironic that a movie made by Hollywood called Soul about the afterlife from a fucking bunch of atheists. That's just the irony. Like, sure. If I remember correctly, they actually animated the trombone correctly in that movie.
Probably,
like a music instrument.
Yeah.
Like or you know, actually mocapped it and had it actually functioning right like it's supposed to. The funniest videos I love is the if the one who's on the trumpet or trombone or whatever, who's playing exactly how it's animated.
Yeah, that is always really funny.
And it's like, it kind of sounds like it, not really.
Yeah.
It sounds horrible.
One thing that's worth kind of noting, and people point this out, like it happens with piano a lot, a lot of times they'll change the keys that are being played, not necessarily because they don't know any better. Like, trust me, as an animator, like you know, right? Like, you study movements so specifically that that they know it's not the right key. But what it comes down to is it might be better for the composition. It's like if they play the right notes, it's not going to be as strong of a pose, or it's not going to be as strong as like a movement or whatever. So like you have to kind of like push it.
I always just viewed it as it's kind of a waste of time to really care to
and that's the other thing. It's like no one's going to pay attention to it. You know?
Especially 2D. It's like,
yes.
Hold up, you want me to properly have all the fingers moving, and like you're moving like multiple fingers at once, right? It's like I ain't doing that. No.
Also, yeah, Maji, the first 15 minutes of Up is very good. Talk about something that's done really well without like dialogue. That's very good storytelling.
All right.
But yeah, Soul, I'm not a big jazz guy, so that one didn't really catch my interest. I heard it was all right though. Heard it was pretty good.
Like I said, I saw like 10 minutes of it. It looked okay. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Pixar at that time, 2020, can write a story about like soul, right? You know, like
Yeah.
I get it. It's supposed to be a movie about a musician doing jazz music and stuff. A black dude. I'm just saying. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Like I said, I'm only watched 15. The Good Dinosaur. I think I've seen 10 minutes of that one.
Talk about a nothing movie. That one came out and everyone was just like, huh. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
What else do they have? Element. Oh no, I already said that.
Yeah, Elemental, which I didn't bother with.
What was it? Inside Out, which they made like 2 of them now.
Yeah, there's the second one, which did really well. People apparently really liked the second one. I haven't even seen the first one. I don't know.
I haven't seen it either. It's the first one. I don't know. I don't care about emotions in your head type thing.
Yeah, like I have to deal with kids enough in my day to day.
Luca, what is that?
Luca was the one about like the kid who's like a fish monster, but he can look human outside of water.
So just mermaid.
Yeah, basically, and basically it just turns into, oh, you're different than us, so we hate you, kind of plot, and it's like, okay, I guess, okay. Yeah, it didn't sound very interesting, to be honest.
It's so sad. I mean, I think barely any of the originals are even left for the company.
Yeah, that's everywhere, honestly.
Yeah, but Pixar is one of the biggest ones, you know? And one of the saddest ones, you can clearly tell at one point they were on top of everything.
Yeah. Amaji's saying you don't even bother with Luca. It has been very seen before type of vibe. So yeah, that's kind of what I felt looking at the trailers and stuff like that. I was like,
well, I watched 20 minutes of Coco, and I remember that one not being that bad.
That one I've heard really good things about, like from people who are just like, oh yeah, you should watch that one. So that one I think is pretty good. You want to know one that was really boring? Like, I mean, really boring. Freaking Encanto. I watched that with a friend. Encanto.
Is that a Pixar one?
I think it's a Disney one. But oh my gosh, it was so boring. Cause like the whole plot was just so nothing. Like I was just like, I don't care about these people. They're kind of annoying.
Oh, I've seen like a part of this movie, and oh my god, and it is a Pixar one, I think.
Well, it's the thing is like there's a very thin line between Pixar and Disney now. They're kind of one and the same at this point.
Or maybe it's
So
not Pixar one. Yeah, I mean, they still have them separate, Disney Animation or Pixar.
yeah,
They're not really that separate anymore.
yeah, I think that that's mostly just a branding thing. Like it's a Toy Story movie, so it's Pixar, and it's like, yeah, but not really anymore. You know, like yes, but no.
Yeah, it is Walt Disney on that one. I do remember, I mean, there's not even a difference anymore. They both use the exact same style, by the way, on both of these companies
Yeah,
for their animation. Like, there's no uniqueness between them.
I mean, there kind of never was, to be honest.
That's because at first Disney was trying to imitate Pixar.
Yeah, well, it became the standard for
Pixar,
3D.
well, because Pixar was kind of curb stomping them.
Yeah.
That's why they bought Pixar, which, by the way, almost led to their bankruptcy.
Yeah, that's true.
But they, funny enough, a lot of people forget that they were about to have to go bankrupt and sell off a bunch of their IPs. Because they bought Pixar, and it was not a good time because they bought Marvel before that, and then they bought Pixar.
Oh yeah.
It almost led to bankruptcy because keep in mind, Paramount was actually the one producing the Marvel movies.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Iron Man, Iron Man 2, the Avengers, all that was under Paramount. And that actually saved their ass, the success on that franchises.
Yeah.
From going on.
Yeah, Maji, Coco has been recommended, so I probably should check it out at some point and watch it.
Unless I'm mixing up Choco with something else.
Choco?
It's the movie. It's during the Day of the Dead, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry. My brain's a little bit mush right now.
We need a Chocobo animated movie.
That's right.
There's got to be something like that, like a little like chibi Chocobo animation. Like, someone's done that before, right?
Chibi Chocobo?
Yeah,
definitely. Well, I mean, it's Japan, so you know, someone's did it. A chibi chocobo is a miniature version of the iconic Final Fantasy bird, known for its yellow feathers and Koi chirp.
Koi?
Yeah, KW or K. Oh, come on. I'm not saying kawaii, you know.
Just means cute. That's all it means.
I know. Wait, is that literally their chirp is just saying cute?
No, it's saying that the chirp that they make is cute.
No, this one is specifically saying their chirp is that.
Wait, really?
KWEH is the word.
Oh, I thought it was spelled. I thought you were talking about kawaii. Nah.
No, I wasn't
probably
saying
is.
kawaii. You're exposing yourself, Animated. You're exposing yourself.
Listen, this is what I expect from the internet.
The internet, the place that teaches you all the things you didn't want to know. Why do I know this? I've been on the internet for too long. I have seen things. Things you wouldn't believe.
I have seen things you people wouldn't believe.
I have.
Forums on fire off of off of Metal Links off of 4chan. All those moments will be lost
when the server shut down. Oh man, hold up. I'll be right back. I gotta go.
All right.
Be right back.
Oh man. Oops. That's the wrong thing. Oops. There we go. I'd like to point out I've gotten a whole one frame done since we started. I knew I wasn't going to get anything done today. That's all right, though. One frame's better than none, right? What's my plan with the monster kids? Do funny little skits with them until I come up with a better plan. I don't know yet. Really, I just want to do like some little shorts with them and just see where it goes and just kind of keep going with it. There isn't really like a greater plot with them. I kind of look at it like, they're more in the line of like a Calvin and Hobbes or something like that, right? Like, I can tell longer stories. I can tell more like bigger narratives, right? The way that Bill Watterson would do with Calvin. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be like this grand epic, big, production story, crazy story kind of thing. So. Kind of just, it's meant to be not that, honestly. It's meant to be more just kind of charming. Because at the end of the day, they're just kids. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell a story. Like it's interesting when you have a story that is follows kids in a like extraordinary circumstance or whatever. It's very difficult to make the kids just kids, right? So if that's your goal, I find if you're trying to make a group of kids just be kids, you kind of got to commit to that. They're not going to be saving the world or doing anything like that. There is a little bit more, especially to like Wicker. He has a bit of a deeper premise to him, but it's still very like contained, I guess, is the best way to put it. Nope, you back? Maybe you're back?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I had to go smoke real quick.
Ah, that's fair.
Alright. Sun's getting real low.
I can imagine it's pitch black here.
Yeah, I love the dark mode that's on Discord now.
Oh yeah, the like really dark mode.
Yeah, you can make it's actually pure black now instead
Yeah.
of the grayish black it had.
Yeah. No, I immediately switched to that when they gave the option. They were like, "Oh, we have new themes." It's like, what is your darkest theme?
If you want to, you can make mine a little bit smaller so they can see more of your drawing.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, because mine's taking up a little too much, covering a little too much of yours.
That's all right. That's good. Push that up. About right there. That'll do.
There we go. Oh boy. I think we talked about this. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think we've made it through all the Pixar movies yet.
Oh yeah, let me get back on that. I think we did actually. Hold up. Well, I mean, you got like the Buzz Lightyear movie. Are we really gonna talk about that? I don't know if this is gonna be the most thrilling conversation about the $100+ million flop.
Oh my gosh, that movie I don't understand what they were. Wasn't it made? It was like written or something like that by the same person who wrote Finding Dory, and that checks out because it seems like it was just as ham-fisted and over dramatic as that movie.
You know what was the most disappointing? The worst aspect is the opening of. Was it the second movie or the first movie?
With Buzz Lightyear, where he's like being awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the second movie.
Yeah, where it's supposed to be the TV show, and that's actually supposed to be the TV show that Andy's watching.
Well, it's a game that Rex is playing.
Oh yeah, is it a game?
Yeah, it's in the second one. It's a game, and yeah.
Or maybe it's the first one, which is supposed to be the show.
There isn't a show in the first one. There's a TV commercial. It's like the most 90s commercial ever. It's awesome.
Well, I know there was a spin-off one as well that was actually a 2D animated.
Yeah. Buzz Lightyear Star Command. It's like, and everyone when they saw the Buzz Lightyear movie, they were like, "No, Andy watched and what we all watched, and that was Buzz Lightyear Star Command. That's what he watched."
And that movie's budget was, I mean, it's saying 200 million. You add on that movie was heavily marketed, so you add on like $100 million, so
or even 200 million.
Yeah, if not more, because that movie was really, really pushed, and it flopped bad. If I remember correctly, it only made gross $100 million or something like that.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and then they didn't have Tim Allen. They brought what's the dude from the Avengers, the one who plays Captain America?
I don't remember his name.
Chris Evans. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Him, and then they were really celebrating a gay kiss scene or something, right?
Something like that. I don't remember.
Something like agenda based. They were pushing. What else we got?
But they edited it out for China because
I think it was China and Saudi Arabia, correct?
Yeah, probably.
Or the Middle East in general. Yeah, I don't know why Enchanto is put on their list of Pixar movies if it isn't a Pixar movie.
Well, again, it's such a thin line that Pixar probably worked on it, even though it was a quote unquote Disney movie. That's the thing. All of this stuff, it's never made in one spot. Especially nowadays. I mean, freaking DreamWorks is outsourcing all of their stuff now.
Almost all the companies are.
Yeah, everything is.
I mean, we talked about this a year or something ago, which was the report that Amazon and all of them were outsourcing to North Korea.
I still can't believe that. That's just crazy. I can't believe that that's actually what was going on.
It was because like I want to say 3 months after that, the I forgot what department in America caught a French or an Italian company who were outsourcing to North Korea, and that was a no-no because they were getting federal grant money or something,
Yeah.
and were caught doing it. And once again, I mean, this would actually explain why Invincible, the animation just kept getting worse, and why the animation even the first season was. I mean, there was a lot of what's going on here.
Well, it's one of those things where they're like pushing so much for so little, you know? It's the reason why everyone in California is a storyboarder. And the way that they push storyboarding, it's so machine. It's really bizarre. I'm not sure what to make of it, honestly.
I wonder what's happened. What's been happening with concept artists?
They're sweating bullets because of the AI stuff. I know that, and I don't blame them because, like, not that I think that AI is going to do a good job, but like, you can bet your boots that as soon as something becomes even remotely viable, they're going to go like all in on it, you know?
Yeah. It's it's another thing that hasn't been sticking around in games a lot lately. Is them usually adding the concept art in the game, as like unlockables or something.
Yeah, I mean, usually what it is now is you buy the deluxe edition and you get a digital copy of it or whatever. So they just turned it into more microtransactions.
Do they? I don't remember seeing that. I know they
Some
sell
games do
the
that.
soundtrack separately. Usually
Yeah.
they do that for like the collectors. Which I'm like, okay. The problem is I don't think it's worth it. You're like buying a digital.
Yeah.
Think of it. Used to you would actually buy it so you could have it on a CD. Also, a Pixar movie. I don't know if this is a short or a movie called BAO.
I don't know.
It's a story about an aging Chinese mother.
Oh,
her child
Bao.
moved out, and yeah. Dumpling Club.
Yes. Yeah. No, I have seen that movie. Or it's a short film. Yeah. It's all right.
Because some
Very
of this list is
heartwarming and all
shown.
that.
Oh my God, planes! I forgot about that.
That's right. Planes is a thing. Never seen it. Needless to say, I think.
I didn't either. I remember hearing about it, but it was 2013. I was 14 years old. I didn't give a crap.
Yeah.
At that time, I was playing GTA 5, guys.
Let's see. What 2013? Yeah, I was 16 then. What was I playing in 2013? Oh, Rayman Legends. I was playing a crap ton of Rayman Legends.
I was playing a lot. I mean, this was the hype up to GTA 5 in September. So whenever that movie came out, I don't know. I was long past done with a lot of kids movies. When did Princess and the Frog came out? I saw that in theaters. That movie's actually pretty good.
2010 or 2009?
Was it?
Can't remember.
Let me look that up.
But that was their last 2D animated princess movie.
Princess and the Frog. 2009. I was 10 years old. Wow. It's still a good movie. Songs are really good. They had what's his name, the black dude. He's really, really good. A lot of movies. Keith David. Keith David.
Oh, really? The Arbiter.
Yeah, he plays the main. He plays the main. Well, he's a lot of things. I mean, a lot. He's also
he's an amazing
your best
voice
friend
actor
in Mass Effect. He plays the captain dude. Plays
Anderson?
Spawn. He plays Anderson in Mass Effect.
Anderson's awesome.
He plays Spawn. He's in the John Carpenter did the thing, of course, as Childs.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, he's played in a lot of stuff. Keith
Oh,
David, but
he was the boar king in or the boar god in Princess Mononoke as well. Me and my brother, I was trying to remember because we had just watched something with him. I was like, what did we watch? It's like, oh yeah, it's Princess Mononoke.
yeah. Then what else was he? Yeah, he was also in what was the movie with Roddy Piper?
I have no idea.
When he puts on the glasses, the aliens.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They live. That's They Live, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Oh, that's funny.
He plays the black dude in that one. Who they have like a 15-minute like fight scene.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah. But either way, in Princess and the Frog, he plays the voicing the main antagonist, who's like a voodoo dude.
Yeah, really, that was him? Huh?
Yeah, and he's.
I don't think I would have guessed that, honestly.
And he's making the deals with the spirits and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I said, that movie. I don't even remember the original story to the original version, right?
To be honest, I don't know if I've ever actually heard the actual like story. It was always just like the collection of plot points. It's like, oh yeah, there's once a prince who got turned into a frog and he was cursed or whatever, and a princess kissed him and then he turned back into a prince. The end. It was like that's all I've ever heard it as.
That movie had a sad scene when the was he the mosquito, if I remember correctly?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh, you never seen it?
I've never seen it.
The like cricket character, he gets like stomped to death.
Huh.
By the main villain.
Oh my god.
This movie didn't care. Let's just say it. But he gets killed. But you know what? Give credit. Disney was like, you know what? There's not a dead. Well, technically there is a dead parents. Because the main chick Tara is like her mother was dead, I guess, from birth or whatever, but like her dad passed away. Because her whole dream is to open a restaurant. I might have to rewatch that movie. Well, no, it's not been that long. It's been like a year or two since I watched it. Because I end up rewatching it. But it's a pretty good movie.
Oh, Maji's saying it was a firefly.
Yeah, Firefly. Because his whole dream was because he was a firefly and he was in love with the North Star.
Ambitious.
Yeah, like he that was his true love, and he wanted to be become like a star next to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when he dies, he becomes a star next to it. So technically a happy ending, Got what he wanted. I don't know how he fell in love with a star millions of light years away, but he somehow did it.
Wait, Maji, you worked for Disney at the time?
Yeah, she can show you the scars on her soul.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can successfully say, as an animator, I have never worked for Disney. To be fair, I haven't worked for a lot of people, unfortunately.
I know a lot of his animators are funny just because how much that Disney's had to remove from like the old movies, even like all the way up to like 90s and 2000s.
Oh yeah.
Where they have, of course, like the sex from Lion King. Do you remember that?
The what?
Oh, you don't know this? So when Simba's
Oh,
is on the
yeah.
leave,
I thought you
it
were like, yeah, there's a hardcore sex scene in
no,
The
no, no.
Lion King.
No. There's some other ones. You have like the one where the priest is having like a full-on boner when he's talking to like the princess. Like it's very much hard on. It's like, okay.
Okay. Oh, that's it. Okay,
Uh,
I think I do remember something about that, Maji. That's interesting.
what?
Maji's saying that she did an internship for Disney.
And then she realized, oh man, no soul. She is terrible.
All right, that's...
I don't think I'd ever want to work for Disney. What was the one part where in the park with Walt, because they had like the part of the park where it's supposed to be the animators working, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they weren't actually animators working on the movies. But he like really liked what they were doing and eventually made them a studio, correct?
I'm not. Say that again.
They were like actors in the park version of like the Disney animator room in the park.
So actors,
You know what I'm talking
not really. So
So you know at the park they had like the animator room, right? And it was supposed to be where the park people can look in and see. Yeah, but
Really?
they were actually they were actors.
Oh, that's funny. I mean,
I need to refresh myself on the story.
That seems about right,
Oh.
honestly.
But they weren't like actually working on the movie or anything.
Yeah.
Or stuff. But Walt Disney eventually ended up like seeing their work and stuff, and they were like doing really well because they were having to do it like, you know, however many hours of a day having to do this. So they were getting really good at like doing the style and everything.
Oh, that's funny.
And if I remember correctly, they end up making them a company. Maji might know this, to be fair, or know what I'm talking about.
Imagination Studios no longer exists. Yeah, no, that does sound familiar.
She's talking about the part of the area
I think so.
at the. Well, I mean, it makes sense. Disney basically shit canned 2D animation in general.
Yep.
Like I said, Princess and the Frog, I think, is the last one I can remember that's 2D animated.
It was more or less. They've had 2D animated like shorts since then. I think Kit Bull was, if I'm not mistaken. Then you had like their hybrid method that they came out with like Paperman. Which kind of laid the foundations for stuff like even Into the Spider-Verse and whatnot. Yeah, the other recent like 2D animated film that they did was like a Winnie the Pooh one.
We look this up. I've never seen this or heard of this before.
Paperman. It's actually it's a pretty cool short. I was actually kind of blown away by it back when I first saw it. It came out like 2010, and I saw it
2012.
Oh, it was 20. Yeah, I probably saw it around 2012. And I was kind of blown away by it because that's around the time I was taking an interest in animation, and so I was looking at it and I was studying and I was like, it's both. It's 3D and 2D. I realized it was 3D and 2D. I was like, that's really cool. I'd never thought about that.
Is it supposed to be like a 3D model, but they draw on a 2D onto it?
Basically, yeah.
Because it's what it looks like in these still frames I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Doesn't look bad. I do feel like maybe some things are being hidden up by it being in black and white. Maybe wouldn't translate well into color.
Well, fun fact,
So,
Maji, you
obvious.
you might know this, but Moana was actually originally slated to be a 2D animated film, like in its entirety, not just Maui's tattoos.
Is she chatting during to the other one?
Might be.
Oh, never mind. Mine just
Oh
didn't
no.
load. I was like, man, she's putting me all these messages. I'm like, I can't see them. I think it would just be on the phone.
Yeah, they actually have pencil. I think pencil tests. I know they have storyboards, but I think they actually got as far as doing pencil tests on some of the scenes. I could be wrong on that though. I need to look into it. But yeah, kind of interesting.
Why Disney? Just let it. Just let us have one 2D animation we can throw money at. Why not? Come on. Like, it's an art form that sadly you want to come back, because it is just better than 3D. I don't think 3D just, in my opinion, I don't think can get as expressive as 2D, right?
It can but it's one of those things where the charm of an art form is in its fidelity, I guess, right? Is it's in its analog, right? And that even goes for 3D. I watched an interesting video that went into this where I went for food and thought I ended. Not yet, Dead Facts. We're going to be going for a while. At least I am. I don't know about Billy. But the thing about it is I watched an interesting video where this guy went over like the fact that, you know, even looking at the Into the Spider-Verse, which I think is a pretty good movie, and artistically is very well done. But he had a bit of a, I guess, criticism, not necessarily to the movie itself, but to the kind of underlying philosophy that kind of has dictated modern 3D. And that is everyone is trying to do something with 3D except for make a 3D movie. And what I mean by that is, like, you think about like the way CGI is used. It's always used to try to make something look real, right? That's why you have quote unquote live action Lion King, right? Or it came right out of a comic book, or it looks like it's 2D animated, but it's really 3D and stuff like that. And it's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. What about what 3D can do in and of itself? You know, because there is a lot you can do with it. There's a lot of like really fun 3D animators on YouTube who like might embrace like a like low res early PC graphics kind of look, right? Not necessarily for nostalgia, but just because it looks cool. You know, it's like that's a really unique look that you get from 3D pretty strictly. Like you could do it in 2D, but why would you? You know, it's the same premise of if you're going to make a 2D animated movie, why make a 3D animated movie, right? So the problem isn't necessarily with 3D animation, it's with the way that 3D animation has been used over the years, where it's like 3D animation has either meant anything but 3D animated or Pixar / Disney. Those are kind of the two looks, I guess. But that shouldn't be the case. 3D should be 3D, and 2D should be 2D.
Well, Into the Spider-Verse was going for that shell-shaded look, right? I'm losing some words.
Not really.
There we go.
So cell shaded gets thrown around a lot because of Borderlands. But like, here's the thing: Borderlands isn't cell shaded, because cell shading literally refers to the shading. So I can actually like show this. So the reason it's called cell shading is in animation you used cells, right? And the way that they would do it is, let's say you have a character. Let me just draw like a little smiley face. And so this is your character, right? And he's on a single layer. So this is layer 1, right? And then on layer 2, you would actually shade him in. And so you had a separate layer that was the shading, right? And of course, it would be solid because you didn't want to have to paint every shading layer, right? Some animation did. Actually, if you look at like the original, what's it called? Snow White, the original animated film. Why the frick do I have to say that now? I actually kind of low-key makes me mad. Anyway, like her face is painted, right? Like, because she has sort of makeup, right, of the time. And fun fact, they actually hired women specifically to do the coloring on Snow White because they were like, okay, women are gonna know better how like the makeup is gonna be applied, so they should handle it. But basically, so what this means is that your shading is on a separate cell, and so it gives you that distinct look, right? You have this solid shaded color, right? And so you can replicate that in 3D very, very easily, actually. And the best example of that is the original Wind Waker. That actually is what cell shading looks like. But Borderlands has normal shading with outlining. And I think the outlining is all just texture. I don't even think it's shading. I think it's just texture outlining. I could be wrong about that, though. It might have some outlining, come to think of it. But it doesn't have cell shading, at least very, very weak style cell shading. So going back to your observation in regards to Spider-Verse, I wouldn't call it cell shading because most comic art, especially if you look at like 90s and 2000s comic art with the more like gradient style shading, that's not cell shading. That's not what you think of when you think cell shading.
I think maybe it's just the term got caught up as why everyone calls it that.
Oh yeah.
What I've heard.
Yeah, that's what everyone first did too. So you're not wrong in that regard. Yeah.
So usually when I say it, I'll make my thing clear. When I'm thinking of is comic art in 3D.
Okay.
That look.
Yeah.
And coloring and everything, right?
Yeah, it's really become a misnomer over the years. So it's kind of funny.
Right.
It should honestly just be called comic style.
Well, that's what I'll call it now.
Sadly, Princess of the Fog, first Princess of Color was Disney All or Nothing and Lost. Its failure killed 2D. I mean, more or less, as far as Disney was concerned. They really, what it came down to is like, why are we investing in this when we can just invest in 3D animated movies and make buco bucks and basically make ourselves a tech company?
Yeah, but didn't they kind of do that on purpose, like the Treasure Planet situation?
It's possible. I don't know in specifics to Princess and the Frog, but it's possible. I do remember it being advertised, but I don't know. Maybe it was sabotaged. Maybe someone had an axe to grind against 2D animation because they felt like it was a waste of time and resources. Even though it's, your
Well, I mean,
legacy.
like in Treasure Planet. I don't know about Princess and the Frog. I think it's just.
Oh, yeah, no. Treasure Planet, as far as I'm aware, was more or less sent out to die. Kind of like what happened recently with Looney Tunes, The Day the Earth Blew Up. It's basically the same thing that happened with that.
Wait, what happened with Looney Tunes?
Well, there was a new movie that came out, The Day the Earth Blew Up, and people said they really liked it as like a Looney Tunes movie, but there's some dude smoking weed outside of my freaking apartment. I could smell it. Anyway, basically, like, there was no advertising for this movie, right? Like, zero.
Didn't even hear of it.
Yeah, no, exactly, right? And then, like, immediately after that movie came out, Warner Brothers was like, well, we're gonna sell off the Looney Tunes studio. Goodbye. It's like, good job, guys. Great job. Really appreciate you
Was this
freaking.
recently?
Oh, you very recently, like last month or something like that.
I wonder if they were just doing that as I don't know, as maybe an excuse to the investors that they need to sell it off, because Warner Brothers right now is hurting out the
Well,
ass
yeah.
for money.
Well, no, I 100% believe that to be the case. Is they wanted to like basically be like, oh, it didn't make money, so we're gonna sell the studio off.
Yeah, it has to be, because I mean, just saying, because like, I mean, they put no, unless they didn't have the money. I don't know, unless they didn't have the money to market it. Because I should have heard about this at least from somebody,
Mm-hmm.
or
I mean,
Looney Tunes maybe.
the only reason I heard about it is because I follow animation, and even I barely heard about it. It's crazy.
Man, that reminds me of the Transformers movie from Paramount.
Oh yeah, no, very similar story.
Well, because Frequency and Maji, of course, really liked that Transformer movie. Like Transformer fans.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I didn't even hear anything about that movie when it was coming out.
Oh yeah, no, it was marketed horribly.
It
It's
can
just
word
so
of
weird.
mouth can save a movie, but more than likely you need to at least have it somewhat apparent that it's coming out. Or some
Yeah.
marketing afterwards. Ooh boy.
Well, it can save a movie, but animation is its own beast. Animation is such an investment. Like you have to make it work,
Right.
That's okay,
But
Maji. You're in the land of the nerds. Apparently.
these companies are stupid. They are.
Yeah. More or less.
Like, we're not even asking for like multiple animated movies a year, just one.
Well, it's just so everything is so blown out of proportions nowadays. It's crazy. It's just like everything needs to make money just hand over fist to such an absurd degree, all because a stupid movie about blue alien cat people did it once. Like that's when I really noticed like movies started getting like kind of absurd with their budgeting and stuff like that. It was just like after that, it was just like everyone wanted to be Avatar, like business wise at least.
No, because before Avatar and stuff, like the biggest flop was Waterworld, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think at that time it was $100 million flop, correct?
Something like
or
that.
the movie cost 100. It was like the movie that had like the biggest budget at the time.
Yeah,
And
it
of
had
course,
a massive budget.
over the last like 10 years, every other movie is would technically flop worse than that one. You know, like the Captain America 4, I think is.
Oh yeah.
You can put it up there for, I think, way worse than that movie in terms of how bad it did.
Well, but what I'm saying is from a like business perspective, they're like, well, if we just dump hundreds of millions of dollars in, it worked great for Avatar, why shouldn't it work for us? And it's like, it's not always going to work that way, Heck, I don't even know why it worked for Avatar. I kind of think that's a stupid movie, but I did see Maji. It's just hard to get to it all the time.
Yeah, it is a Pocahontas ripoff.
Yeah, basically. Which Pocahontas is, I don't like that movie. I think that movie's stupid.
It's been so long since I've watched it.
It's really goofy, especially when you know the actual history, and it's like,
Well, it's Disney history,
yeah, but that's particularly egregious. Just like, it's like, it's one thing when it's like, the Arthurian legend or, some fairy tale or something like that. But this is like people were actually real. This isn't what happened.
Well, Disney will lose money if they tell the real story.
Yeah.
And to be fair, they kind of got emboldened by it by Tarzan, right? Because like Tarzan's like the book is like rated R. Like he's like ripping dudes in half and stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
honestly, man, I want to see it. I want to see an animated Tarzan that goes like all out. Like Tarzan is just this beast, man. Just like. I mean, how sick would that be?
Technically, it is possible because Tarzan's
Public domain.
public domain.
I mean, I totally make a awesome Tarzan movie. I mean, freaking Primal was awesome. Primal's basically that. Just big caveman, freaking cracking dinosaur skulls.
Isn't it pretty much like a mix between Conan and Tarzan, right?
Well, funny enough, he's actually based. It's based off of a Robert E. Howard story called Spear and Fang. That's why the guy's name is Spear. So yeah, he more or less is a mix between Conan and and Tarzan. Maybe a little more Tarzan than Conan.
What's the other one called? The like it's the precursor to Conan that Robert E. Howard wrote.
Oh, King Cole.
King Cole?
Yeah, King Cole.
I eventually got to get into the comics of that Conan.
I want to read the original fiction that he wrote for Conan, because man, there are some awesome lines in some of his work. And what I really love is, you know, you think of big dumb brute barbarian, but that's not his character. He's this incredibly intelligent person, very clever, just very wild.
I mean, Mira for Berserk, of course, is like one of his main inspirations was Conan at the very beginning.
Oh yes.
And of course, he did the same thing with Guts that he was doing that Conan did, which is he looks stupid, but he's not.
Mm-hmm. Actually, Maji. I was gonna ask Maji. You mentioned Angel came up with something new. I was curious what that was. I haven't heard anything from them. But yeah, Dad Facts Primal. Primal's awesome. The samurai. Yeah, Gendy Tartakovsky. Gendy Tartakovsky is like legitimately one of my favorite animation directors, just in general. Like, I love his sense of storytelling. Like, when he is allowed to like really do his thing, he is phenomenal. Anyway, you were saying, Billy?
No, it's all good. I kind of forgot what I was saying. I was saying, I don't know, the precursor to Conan.
Oh yeah, Mira's inspiration and all that, yeah.
Right, yeah. One thing surprising about Guts' design is he decided to have him with only one arm and one eye.
I mean, for a guy like that, like,
you know, I'm just saying,
he's gonna have scars. He's not gonna make it out of it unscathed, physically or mentally.
I wonder if he did that because he didn't want to draw two eyes.
You know, what's really funny is that totally is the thing for like starting artists. Like, I remember when I started, I could never get the second eye right. And what I learned was the reason was because I was drawing one eye at a time. The trick is you actually want to draw both eyes at the same time, at least starting out. Eventually you get good enough that you can, but you always want to be thinking of both eyes at the same time.
The one cool thing about so in the manga, they did eventually put the like first submission chapter, the like prototype, the one he actually submitted to them.
Oh yeah.
There were some things he was actually still skilled at, which is like drawing skeletons and stuff. However, like the mouths and stuff. Oof. Let me see.
It took him a while to develop that style. It's actually really interesting. If you go back and you look, like, it was a process. You really get to see, like, the process of him, like, developing that style. It's interesting.
I want to see if I can find it. I should have the art. I have like 300 and something photos from certain volumes on the computer. Look, I got even Deluxe Volume 5, which is 3 volumes.
Oh, that's interesting, Maji. You know, I hadn't heard of that. I think they're the ones working on the David movie, aren't they? Also, Dead Facts, I've not seen Unicorn Warriors. I know that that's Tartakovsky, but I've not watched it.
Oh my god, Animated Moon.
What?
I can scar you.
You can what me?
I can scar you.
Oh no. Should I hide my screen? Is this gonna be...
No. No, I'm looking for, I have the prototype chapter, like some pages saved on the on my the computer.
Yeah.
However, just letting you know, like the chapters were placed during the Lost Children.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I can show that on stream, dude.
No. It's not the it's not her.
Okay. Still, it's the Lost Children arc, Billy.
No. Hear me out. The where they place the special, right?
Okay.
It just so happens to be in the middle of Lost Children, so I'm having to look where it's at.
Oh,
and I'm having to go through the Lost Children.
Oh my gosh, we're looking for gold in the middle of a landmine field, Billy.
Like, oh my god, that's his penis. Oh my god.
All right, Maji, I'll check it out. I appreciate it. Oh my
Right,
lord.
I think it's volume 16. Hold up. Which volume is it? Oh, there's the cut chapter, so let me do the math. It's not anyone. Oh man. Okay, so I'm having to go through like. Oh, there it is. Found it. It's actually labeled prototype chapter. Thank God Otter actually named it. Alright. Let me do this. Let me do this.
Oh, we're gonna get some art here. I'll take a quick break and we'll take a look at it here.
Nope, wrong one.
That's your...
There we go.
Alright.
There we go.
During college? What the heck, man?
Yeah, the submission during college in 1988. And I think so this is okay. Animated Moon.
Mm-hmm.
The first chapter of Berserk, the original chapters, the ones when they actually started really publishing it.
Mm-hmm.
First chapter was like 90 something pages.
Good grief.
The prototype, I think, is like 60 something pages.
What? Bro.
I'm
guessing he worked on it alone.
Yeah, oh, I think very much in the at least beginning part, he worked on it on his own.
What the heck?
I mean, of course, when he had assistants and stuff, and the editor really helping him out when he got hired on, right?
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure.
Because there's such a jump from this to even the first chapter of Berserk. But you'll see, you'll see the one where I'm like the eyes aren't that great.
Mm-hmm.
He can still draw skeletons pretty well. Like, this is actually pretty consistent with even the first and second chapter of Berserk.
He's clearly doing his studies, that's for sure. Maybe that's what the whole point was behind making it so gruesome. He was like, I need to study like bone structures and anatomy and junk. I need so let me just like make these skeletons impaled on pikes. I'll get a lot of skull practice.
I mean, the skeletons are pretty good, like, well drawn.
Yeah.
The humans, however, you'll see. He definitely got some work on it, especially mouths. Oh, sorry. Especially mouths, like a pouty face right here.
Oh, that's funny.
It gets worse. That still looks good. Oh yeah, here's Puck. There's Puck. Quite different looking.
Yeah, completely different looking.
Than even the first chapter version of him. Oh yeah, I fucking hate this.
Look at his mouth.
Yes.
That's funny.
It is so drastically different. Like, I think the editors really, like, editors or someone really got in and, like, really coached him through what he needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, you go to the first chapter of Berserk and this one, completely different.
Well, let's see, this was done in 1988. I'm thinking, like, or at least was submitted in 88. Like, I'm thinking back to the style of that time, like manga from that time and anime from that time. Mm-hmm. They did draw mouths kind of funny. Like, for a long time, I mean, they still draw anime mouths funny, but, like, they did take a lot of shortcuts with mouths and whatnot.
To me, it's so weird that you go from this until you go into the first chapter of Berserk, in which it does sometimes do its silly faces.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll start seeing when I'm meaning just all the mouths. Like, his mouth is really just a line in this. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, Guts in the prototype is like, he's kind of goofy. Like he's a little, like, he's still kind of edgy as he was, but he makes it a little goofy in this one. Here we got some castles.
I mean, it's still very clear that it's like, okay, this guy has something going on.
Well, yeah, the building and everything.
Like, look at the detail on the archways and stuff like that. Like, holy crap. The rendering of the armor, even.
This is your... So they weren't originally apostles.
Oh, yeah.
Or god hands. There were demons. But they served like they were like, the god was straight up mentioned or something, and like the brand of sacrifice is different in the prototype.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Guts's backstory in this original prototype was that he saw his mother get ripped apart by demons.
Oh, fun.
Which is very, very different than the origin story.
Very, very different.
Oh, here's the demon. And the demon drawing's actually pretty good.
Looks like Zod.
It's a Zod piglet.
Yeah.
That Guts keeps doing the face for.
Man, that is funny, the way that he draws mouths there.
Okay. Hold up. Go back.
You know, if you look at it in a specific way, it looks like a really, really frowny face.
Look at this chick's face. Oh my god. Alright, hold up. Here we got this.
Still, man, his page composition even back then was just like, good grief.
Oh yeah, and the Dragon Slayer had like little tiny wings at the end of the sword. In each end.
Oh, really? Oh, that's funny.
Maybe I can find a better. Yeah, you see right here.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of tapered. Yeah.
Oh, and his brand of sacrifice. The brand of sacrifice is like more smoothed out, and it's on his chest. But yeah, that's the prototype.
Wow. Huh.
Now keep in mind, this is just like some select pages out of it. Not every page, of course.
There we go. Yeah, yeah.
A lot of that's in there, like the line and like the silly face you saw earlier. Like this one.
That is funny. I mean, to be fair, mouths are kind of tricky because, like, there's a lot going on with them. They're kind of like, it's kind of like hands in that regard, where there's more going on than at first glance, you know?
Right.
Heck, I still haven't really figured out, like, mouths for the style of the planking in particular. Because they are very simple. I mostly just use lines for it.
Right.
But, you know, there's more to it than that.
The problem is that his style, if you go with that line, it really sticks out.
Yeah, it is like kind of a weird contrast to the rest of it, because it's like everything else is like very developed in terms of its look and the solidity of the drawing, and the mouth is just, it's just
Yeah, because I think a lot of anime gets away with it because it's very cartoonish, so it's like, I mean, that's how they get away with no nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because, you know, it's already cartoonish looking, so no nose is not, like, super apparent, or super sticks out a whole lot. A lot of time. You know what I mean?
I'm doing something here. I got something going.
The what?
I'm drawing guts.
Oh, you're drawing guts?
Silly mouth guts.
Oh no, but you gotta draw his Dragon Slayer, and it's gotta take up like all the page.
Oh no, that's only what I'm doing. What's it? I'm gonna need some more room for this.
Hold up! The Dragon Slayer literally has to go off the page.
Okay,
It's so long.
okay, fine. You want a bigger Dragon Slayer?
Yeah.
we need two bigger dragons. There you go. Hold on.
There we go.
And I'm gonna. This is the dumbest thing I've ever drawn. I love him. There we go.
Oh, he's got to do the, what was it, like the Chad dance thing? I don't know if you've ever seen the music
goofy
video.
animation, yeah.
Yeah. The bulge.
Yeah. I'm glad you saw the inspiration.
Well, I saw you doing the squat thing, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's where he's getting it from.
And then he has to have his well-drawn abs. There we... I'm keeping it. It's got spoiled down to his basic form.
You know, you can tell Guts really is an Asian man in the story
What do you say?
because he has no body hair. He doesn't even grow beard hair.
All right, I'm gonna put this. Screw it. We'll keep it on the frame. Why not? this will just be over here forever now.
Hold up, it's just gotta randomly appear for like one frame.
Yeah, no, he's literally just gonna. It's just gonna.
We're like, why is there a Guts? Or what is this man doing? It randomly appears and disappears.
Oh god, that's gonna make it so much harder to draw. This is too far out. Let's see. So have we gone through every Pixar movie yet?
Actually, I think we did.
I think we got most of them. And we both of us have only seen maybe half of them. Maybe.
Onward.
Not even. Onward. I never did see that one. Indeed, you did, Guilty Gearhead. Indeed, you did.
Oh, maybe I have seen part of this movie.
I was gonna watch it, but
I've seen
I think my friends forgot me. They were like, "Hey, do you want to go see this movie?" I'm like, "Sure, that sounds like a good time." And then the day comes, I'm like, "So are we still going to see the movie?" They're like, "Oh, we forgot to pick you up." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah, the movie. He's like a fucking nerd wizard, right?
Basically, it's a fantasy that takes place in a contemporary world, essentially.
Right.
So his dad, he comes from a line of wizards, and so his dad had a staff that was passed down to him, basically.
Yeah, I've actually watched part of this. I cannot for the life of me remember anything about it but that.
It came out. It was kind of a big deal. There was a lot of advertising. People were going to see it and stuff like that. But then, yeah, no one really talked about it. I don't think there was a whole lot to it.
And of course, your favorite Pixar movie, Incredibles.
Yep.
2.
Okay. Let's not get crazy. I've actually never seen the sequel, and I'm like, whatever.
Have you not?
Nah.
It's bad, and it has the same twist villain, but the twist villain's worse. Oh my god, it's so much worse. It has none of the charm of the first movie at all.
It didn't seem like it. I was just like, whatever.
It's pretty much a reverse of the first movie where he's having to take care of the children, so that's what most of the plot's about. And then it's her fighting crime. And the main villain you can see from a mile away, which is the chick who hired her. Like I say, it's a bad retelling of the first movie.
Mm-hmm.
None of the charm, none of the heart of the first movie.
See, that's kind of what a lot of the Pixar movies kind of turned into. That's what Finding Dory basically was, because it undermined everything that was done with Marlon's character in the first movie. It was just okay, what's the point of this, you know? Honestly, if they were gonna do a sequel to The Incredibles, I think what they should have done is actually followed Dash and Violet a number of years later, they're adults and having to kind of figure out what it is to be a hero, you know?
Maybe. But I could also see them, I don't know, fighting Mole Man?
Well, that's true.
The Molinator? Was that what he was called?
The Underminer.
Underminer. Why am I forgetting this? I just watched that movie a month ago. Rewatched it. The Underminer. They should have, I don't know. They should have definitely had them aged up and stuff. I mean, you still could have had like one movie with them actually being a family and working together.
Well, it'll still have the family element, but it would be a totally new side of it. It's like, you know, now it's kind of more, maybe not the emptiness kind of scenario, because Jack would probably like still be in school or whatever, like in high school or whatever. But like now it's a totally different dynamic where it's like, you know, the kids are in the real world, as it were, you know. And so it's from that angle, I think that would be interesting. And then there would be kind of a passing of the torch, sort of. You could do a kind of passing of the torch style story.
Yeah, but Jack is the torch. He literally turns into the Human Torch. They would have had a hard time anyways having a villain to follow up the first one.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, honestly, just following up the first movie is tough because it's a good movie. It does so much, like, right in my book. At the end of the day, you know, there's a reason why sequels are like, we think about it this way, Billy. Sequels used to be like everyone knew sequels were bad, right? Like that was just like a given. That was a natural law of Hollywood. It was like, oh great, a sequel. Every now and again you'd have an exception. You had like Terminator 2, right? That was an exception. Alien 2 was an exception, or Aliens rather, was an exception. If it wasn't planned to be a trilogy from the beginning, chances are the sequels weren't going to be good, you know? But now it's like we're all banking on it.
Albeit, to be fair, when it comes to Disney specifically, and this is to go with their 2D animation, most of their sequels are usually straight to DVD.
Yeah.
Like cash grabs. Had a bad reputation.
Yeah.
But that kind of seems to be the same trend even with Pixar nowadays. You know?
Yeah.
Like he was asking for Inside Out too. Yeah.
Well, apparently a lot of people, because it did really well. So.
He was asking for Frozen too.
That's a better question. That's a much better question.
Who was asking for Shrek? Yeah, who was asking for Shrek 5? Yeah.
That's a very good question.
I did watch that teaser trailer. I couldn't even believe it, dude. I was scrolling and then fucking saw that, and I was like, "What is this?" I thought it was a joke, you know?
Well,
I'm like, no way.
It's that, but the joke is that it's real. The real
people joke. I think people are gonna look back on Shrek 3 and be like, you know what? I don't think it was that bad.
I hope not.
You know that's what's gonna happen.
Probably. I mean, that's what happened with the freaking Hobbit when Rings of Power came out, and it was just like garbage. Everyone's like, you know what? Maybe the Hobbit's not that bad. It's like, yeah, relatively speaking, but it's still not good. Same with the Star Wars prequels. It's like, oh, maybe,
to be fair, I was to be fair, I was liking the prequels before it was cool to like the prequels. So
I mean, I grew up on them, so like, I have nostalgia for them, but they're not great.
They're not great, but however, there is good stuff in them. I will argue that.
I'll give you that. There's some decent stuff in there. There's some
like
stuff.
the Darth Maul fight scene is great.
Yeah, honestly.
Except except towards the end. I will actually say the ending is like, how did he not know this dude was gonna jump up and cut him in half? That one was like, I don't know what's going on here. Other than that, and you also got Duel of Fates, which is honestly the best Star Wars song track.
I think that Guilty speaks for everyone when he says that Shrek does not need another entry. And I think we can all agree with that. It really doesn't. Honestly, 1 and 2, like, some people don't care for 2. I think it's a fine movie. I think it, like, between the first one and the second one, it tells a very complete story. It's like, yeah, there you go.
The second was pretty good.
Yeah, no, I thought it was. I actually thought it was pretty good.
With some veiled racism in the story.
Wait, what?
With some veiled racism in the story.
I guess.
Oh, she brings back her husband. The father finds out it's an ogre, right? Tension is rising. I think I know where they're going a little bit with this. No, I think the second one's actually good. I think anyone saying it wasn't, maybe needs to rethink their life, you know? Like, it was good. I mean, you had, like, great Pinocchio jokes. For some reason, he's wearing, like, a G-string.
I like how that's where your mind goes. Like, yeah, out of all the scenes that you can think, it's like, oh yeah, that's the one that really makes it good.
I mean, it was really funny when I was a kid. Because they're like, oh, we got to make him not lie. Just randomly, it cuts to, what was it, the cookie. Like, just pulling it out. Like, on him. It's like, alright. Because before that, you had, like, the catnip joke. Which even as a kid, I understood what that was referencing.
Yeah.
Look, that one wasn't getting past nobody. You had the donkey scene. Donkey gets turned into a damn horse.
Yeah.
Like a fucking white stallion.
That always really made me wonder what dragon turned into. Griffin or something like that.
Oh! I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, because like...
What would she turn into?
I'm not sure.
A chicken?
Chicken. Something.
No, she would just turn into a donkey, wouldn't she?
Why would she turn into a donkey?
Because isn't it supposed to be turning into your true love's form or some shit?
Well, then why would he turn into a horse? It's beauty, like it's a potion of beauty or whatever. Or happily, I guess happily ever after, but like, yeah.
Oh, I know what she turned into.
What?
You ever watched The Beowulf?
Which one?
The animated one.
The one with Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
She turned. Oh, gee.
Yeah, she just turns into that, you know? Like.
That's actually not a bad movie, honestly.
I like it. I know people really don't, but I liked it. I mean, me and my grandmother watched it all the time.
Yeah, no, like, because when it first came out, you know, because my brother had read the original story and stuff like that. He was actually into Beowulf. And I think I was at that time as well. Had I read... See, I didn't read the original Beowulf. I read the graphic novel. There's actually a really cool graphic novel that was made. Oh, gosh, I can't remember when I read through that. But, yeah, so, like, when that came out, my brother was afraid that it was just going to be, like, another 300, which we thought 300, and I still think that 300 is, like, the stupidest thing ever. But, it turned out, I was like, oh no, this is an actual story. It's actually interesting.
Yeah, I might have to rewatch it. It was pretty good from what I remember. I mean, it's gonna have some uncanny valley because it's 3D, but they were trying to go like realistic with the faces and stuff and proportions.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what's weird is the movie actually looks better when you're close up on the faces. When they're far away, it looks worse. But when they're really close up, it's actually surprisingly like detailed. I think it comes down to some of the physics of the body and the hair were big tells. Because hair, man, like the hair is always like throwing animators for a loop for the longest time.
Honestly, they should remaster it, you know?
I mean,
Honestly,
that would
that
be a
wouldn't be like the hardest thing to do.
it would be because like it's not a matter of like oh just upload higher res textures or whatever for it like you do with the game. You would have to redo the physics rendering on the hair. You'd have to update it to a new system. You'd have to like it would be quite the undertaking actually for a movie that I don't think did very well.
It didn't. I think it flopped. Let me see.
I think so.
Or maybe it did okay. Let me look.
You know what movies?
I have
still...
read the original poem. I can't remember anything from it. I still got my copy from school.
Oh yeah. See, I never read it in school as far as like the actual book, right? Some kids did when I was in middle school, but that's where I read that graphic novel.
Thing is, they did it at like the end of the year
Mm-hmm.
for that book.
Yeah, yeah.
And like at the last day, I accidentally took it with me. Like
Oh,
I
so
forgot it was in my backpack.
That's why you still have it.
And I've had this thing since like middle school, so we're talking like 16, 17 years.
Jeez.
I've had this copy, the school copy of it. I just never got to take it back. I was like, okay, just mine now. So I can reread it. It is the, of course, English translation of like the copy, which the copy. Trying to remember is like a supposed like what is it? The story of Beowulf. It's a story, and of course the dude eventually, like however many years after it, you had like the dude who kind of collected it and made it into like a finite story, right?
Yes,
like
it was passed down orally for forever. And then eventually it was written down. I can't remember when it was it written down in the 12th century, 11th century, something like that. But yeah, no, it wasn't always written down. Eventually, it was. It was an oral tradition, though.
The movie came out in 2007. It had $150 million budget.
Wow.
Which means almost 200 million with marketing.
Well, truth be told, I mean, nowadays, I don't know about back then, but nowadays, marketing, you can basically double the budget. Whatever the budget is, you double it. I don't know if that's how it was back then, but if it was, then that's a $300 million movie.
Is that how it works now? Because usually it used to be you add 50 to 100 million on top of it, depending on the movie.
Nah, for nowadays, it's you basically double the whatever they're saying the budget is, and that's what they actually spent on a movie. A lot of times.
Well, they also don't include reshoots and everything else in the movie budget.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or CGI.
Mm-hmm.
Recost on different shots. All of these companies hide how much these movies actually is costing them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
How much money it made.
It's all smoke and mirrors, man. It's crazy. The more you look into it.
Oh. So it just almost broke even. If it was like 196.4 million at box office. So 82.3 million domestic, 114 million foreign, so overseas. And the budget is 150 million. Let's say marketing is 25 to 50 million. It could be less.
Yeah, that did not do good enough, probably.
Because this one came out in 2000. Well, no? Hold up. I don't know. Either way, this movie barely broke even.
Well, and the other thing that you have to remember is, like, even if a movie is quote-unquote successful, it's not even necessarily about being successful. It's about being successful enough. Because like if you like put all this money, all this time, all this effort into it, and all you make is $500,000 profit, that's not gonna make your shareholders happy. That's not gonna be good enough.
Well, you always have to. You can't double it. You got to quadruple it.
Yeah.
That's a success. You know.
Yeah, everything needs to make money like hand over fist.
Like that's why, like the investors of for Disney should be super pissed about Star Wars. $4 billion. They have not made $4 billion back at all. Not even close. Because when you take in all 3 of the movies and how much it costs, and you got to keep in mind, with specifically The Last Jedi, look at how much money on merch they lost.
Yeah, no, seriously. It's crazy.
Like, it's no longer now there, but when that movie came out until 2022 or 2023, there was still Last Jedi merchandise, toys, and everything on the clearance aisle for like, 6-7 years straight. That's impressive to not be able to sell any of it.
Honestly, it's impressive that it stayed. They kept it there for that long. Like eventually, it'd just be taking up shelf space for other things in clearance that would actually sell. You know, you'd think.
Could be a deal with Disney. I don't know.
Maybe.
I just know it was there for so long that I'm like, how is it? How? First of all, how are you not able even to sell this if you're trying? This reminds me of the this is the perfect leeway or segue into it. Animated. Gotham High.
Oh gosh, dang it, Billy.
Yeah, I don't know if it was Gotham High, but do you remember? It was. I think it was. No. It was a Kamala comic.
Oh,
they were trying to give it away for free, and people still wouldn't take it.
Well, it's one of those things where it's just like, you know, if I wanted to get into superheroes, like if I sincerely wanted to read superheroes, like American Western comic superheroes, I have no freaking clue, like what I would read. You know, like what the frick do I read? Do I read one of the 15 billion variants on Spider-Man? Like, do I read like one of the 14,000 different lines of X-Men? Do I try to make heads or tails out of where in the world to start with Batman? Like everything is so fractured, right? That like you have no idea what you're gonna get. Like Batman one day is like freaking beating the ever living snot out of a dude to the point of like busting teeth out of his head, and the next he's like going on summer vacation. It's like there's no consistency with any of it.
Well, you know, Batman is just delivering justice.
No killing.
Don't worry about his stake in all pharmaceutical companies in Gotham in the United States. Don't worry about it. Or all the hospitals. Don't worry about it.
I don't.
So much to do with story of like, well, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna say that because I'm tired of like nihilism and like superhero shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like someone make a story of like Batman just like he's basically doing like a racket of like beating people to half to death so they can go to the hospital and get charged like an exorbitant amount of money. And that's how he funds his war on crime and stuff. He's just picking out, you know.
Yeah, that'd be a terrible premise.
I just don't. I mean, I'm just tired of like nihilism in stories.
Yeah.
Or like ultra nihil.
I'm tired of stories where it's just like you know, maybe tackling like something really like heavy or whatever, and it's just like, this is a dude who dresses up as a bat to beat people up. Like, freaking, like, what's going on here? You know, it's the same thing with Star Wars. It's just like, Star Wars is goofy. Like, at the end of the day, it's goofy. You know, why the frick is it being taken so serious? Why?
Yeah, but Star Wars has some serious moments. Don't get me
Like,
wrong, the naming
sure.
and everything was goofy. Yeah, but that's not even sure. Like, you go back and watch Return of the Jedi with the Luke fighting Vader scenes, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying like it's insincere or anything like that, but it's not like freaking Lawrence of Arabia or something like that. You know, it's not freaking like, you know what I mean? Like, even as far as sci-fi goes, it's not like 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's Star Wars, and that's what makes it fun. That's the thing that makes it fun, is that it's not those things. It's an adventure film. You're supposed to go on adventures.
Well, too bad. They can sit in a therapy office and talk about their problems, okay?
And no one knows how to go on adventures anymore. Like, sincerely, like, there are so many things. Like I am not sure what the last good, like, adventure story I saw was that was, like, modern. Like straight up.
Well, technically it doesn't count. I was going to say, like, maybe the modern Jumanji movie.
I mean, I've never seen it, so I don't know.
But it doesn't count, because Jumanji was a movie from the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, what was the last, like, original IP, like, adventure film? Because that automatically excludes all of the MCU.
Let me think. You know what? Actually, Harry Potter.
Would you call that adventure? Yeah, I guess that's an adventure. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Well, hold up. Well, I mean, no, actually, take that back. I wouldn't call Harry Potter adventure film. Oh, well, hold up. They're mystery movies disguised as adventure films or adventure story.
Okay, I mean, that's actually an interesting premise, honestly.
Well, I mean, like, so this is the books and the movies, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Every Harry Potter is based around a mystery. In the first book, you're wondering what about the Philosopher's Stone, right?
Yeah.
Who's Nicholas Flamel? What is the Philosopher's Stone? Who's trying to steal it? Of course, with the hey, this is brand new school magic, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Blah. And throughout the entire movie, you're getting like hints to he's trying to figure this all out, and you got like the Snape stuff, and you got red herrings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is the Chamber of Secrets. Who is Tom Riddle? Where's the Chamber of Secrets? What is why is Harry hearing snake things and all this other stuff? The story with Hagrid. Third one, you got the Prisoner of Azkaban. Well, who is what's his name? The fucking rat dude. Anyways,
I don't know.
You have the mystery of that and what happened to why Sirius Black is trying to get into the castle. You know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing about it, though, like
Goblet of Fire.
I was just gonna say, well, but the thing is, I think that a good adventure movie does have a sense of mystery to it. It should have a sense of mystery, because, like, I mean, think about, you know, Indiana Jones and the Ark of the Covenant and all that, right? Or the Lost Ark. It's like, oh, you know, where is the Lost Ark? You know, it's this mysterious artifact and all this kind of stuff, you know, like, so there is that kind of sense of mystery, you know, and discovery and whatnot. So that should be an adventure film, in my opinion, honestly.
I mean, let's just say it's got. I mean, like, that's why I'm saying it is disguised as an adventure film. But when you actually break down every one of the story, and I mean every single one of them, it is a mystery film at the heart of it. Still, it don't grow. It's got adventure in there. It's got all that. However, it's all for, hey, let's have this mystery, and you get to piece everything together throughout it, with characters as well.
Free.
What's that?
Oh, hold up, Otter. We're streaming right now.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
what's up, Potter?
I'll hop right off. I didn't realize. Well, I wanted to stop in real quick and say hi. Wild Otter appeared, and he's leaving just as quickly. Bye-bye.
See you later, man.
So yeah. I mean,
Um,
he was free to stay if he wanted to, but
oh, you,
that's
well,
all
you
right.
can message him and tell him he can get back in here.
Nah, it's all right. Might get a little crowded if people start coming in.
All right. I think it's because mod, so you can see.
Yeah.
But anyways, other than Harry Potter, let me think. I would technically say the Percy Jackson, but they did it like terrible.
Honestly, funny enough, the Prince of Persia movie isn't bad. I wouldn't call it a bad movie.
Which one was that?
It,
When did that
Disney
come out?
did it. It was an adaptation of the Prince of Persia games. Followed the whole like Sands of Time kind of thing, which was neat. And not like an amazing movie or whatever, but for like a kind of a dumb fun action movie based on Prince of Persia of all things, which is cool. Pretty good. It's not bad. Didn't do very well, but it wasn't a bad movie.
I don't remember the movie, to be honest.
I wouldn't call it like especially
Yeah, no, Prince of
memorable, just not
Persia.
bad.
Didn't it also have a really bad movie tie-in game?
It might have. I don't know.
Was it the same time they came out with like the Conan one as well?
Conan movie
Uh-huh.
with what's his face? Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
Probably. I think it was around the same time.
That movie annoyed me when the main chick dies, right? The main love interest.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get like time travel magic bull crap. Yeah.
What, in Prince of
And
Persia?
resurrects her. No. In Conan.
Wait, they have that in Conan?
Yeah. She gets
The
killed.
heck?
Yeah, she gets killed in the movie, like the main love interest. And then there's like some magic time travel that brings her back to life. I was like, you know what? I don't like this anymore.
Yeah, that sounds really freaking stupid.
Like, I was gonna give you credit for killing the main love interest, but you brought her back.
Like, honestly, that'd be a very, like, Conan thing to happen.
Otter might remember this. It's because that one came out in 2012. Let me look up Prince of Persia, by the way. Prince of Persia.
Oh my god.
2010.
Alright, I gotta switch. I'm gonna switch over to doing some blanking.
What? A 2010. Well, Jake Gyllenhaal. Was he the playing the prince?
Oops, wrong page. I'm so used to working on this page, I opened it up. Okay, so I need to immediately shrink this arm.
Forgot that Jake Gyllenhaal was the main dude in that one. In the Prince of Persia.
I don't even know who that is.
You know the dude who was playing Mysterio in the Spider-Man, the new Spider-Mans?
Vaguely. I mean, I never watched the new Spider-Mans, but I do remember seeing like some.
All right,
scenes
you
in
remember
this
you remember the fat kid in Jurassic Park?
I think so.
Yeah, that's him.
Huh.
The one who Dr. Grant is like, or if it cuts you open, it'll spill your guts out. That
Oh,
little kid.
really? That's
Yeah, that's Jake Gyllenhaal.
that's funny. It's just a big chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one that you're talking about in that Prince of Persia movie, the one who's the lead actor.
That's funny.
So when you go back and watch the Prince of Persia movie, just remember he's the kid from Jurassic Park.
He's the fat, annoying kid.
Conan the Barbarian, the 2011. The one with Jason Momoa. I remember it not being a great movie.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, good to see you, the Lord Otter, over on the chat side now. Hope you're doing well.
Ooh. I might have to rewatch that movie. What was the Hercules one? The one that had the Rock.
Oh, well, there were 2 Hercules movies that came out like back to back.
that year.
That year, yeah. They both looked terrible, to be honest.
And I watched that in the drive-in.
Really?
That Hercules movie, yeah. You know what's so funny? I watched that in the theaters. The movie sucked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go figure.
Also, it was like a PG movie, so there was no blood. And like he's supposed to be squishing these people and stuff, and I'm like,
yeah.
So, fast forward about this movie came out in 2014. Fast forward to about 2 or 3 years later, someone put on the movie ended up coming on again. I'm like, oh, I haven't really watched. I watched it, to drive-in. So I end up watching it, and there's like blood everywhere. I'm like, what is going on? I don't remember any blood in that movie. I remember that being one of the things I was like, the movie sucked about, What turns out that they made the movie PG for the theatrical, and then made a blood version for the normal. For the DVD and Blu-ray release.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm like, why? It's so stupid.
Yeah, you'd think that would be the television version, would be the censored version.
Oh yeah, in that movie, Hercules is also supposed to be a con man.
Like he's not actually the world's strongest man or something?
Yeah, he's actually not like the world's strongest. He's actually not like Zeus' son. He's just like letting these stories be told so he can make money off people.
He's just a dude.
Yeah. Like at no point does he, like at the very end of towards the end of the movie, he ends up getting like chained up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his big moment is him supposed to be breaking the chains off.
Oh, brother.
However, it's not like God of War level where you're like breaking off an entire column and throwing it at somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like little tiny rocks at the end of them. These chains.
Yeah, brother.
Like, it's just a man. In the same year, and I think literally like in the same month, you had the other Hercules movie.
Yeah.
That was made by a different studio, right?
I think so, yeah. No, I think it was completely different.
They both just decided, let's make a Hercules in the same time, right?
Yeah.
What was the other one called that year? That was Hercules, and then there was...
Is there like Hercules Unbound or something like that? Something pretentious like that? Revelations or something?
Yeah, who was the one playing Hercules? It was, oh man, why am I blanking on? Chris Hemsworth's younger brother. if I remember correctly.
Oh, wait. No, I have no idea.
Oh, I can't find this movie.
Honestly, there was another Sword and Sandal movie. So there was the Clash of the Titans remake, which I didn't like. I really didn't care for that movie. However,
It came out in 2010, and the second version came out in 2012.
the Wrath of the Titans.
Uh-huh.
That one's actually, I actually like Wrath of the Titans. That one's actually pretty good. That to me, like, that out of like every modern Sword and Sandal film that I've seen, which isn't too many, but it's a few, that one actually gives me like the most like classic Sword and Sandal feel. The way it should.
Yeah, I just don't remember liking the CGI like generic black goo men that was in that movie.
The what?
The like blackish goo dudes in the Wrath of the Titans.
I think I know what you're talking about.
They were coming off the Titan.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've seen it.
When did the John Carter come out? That was the other one.
2013? Or was it before that?
Yeah,
It might have been
was.
before that. 2011, 2012.
Yeah, I think it was 2013. Nope, 2012.
Guilty said, what, Liam Hemsworth? I think?
Is that what his name is?
Maybe? I don't know. Is that what you're talking about,
Liam
Guilty?
Hemsworth. Yeah, he was one of them. It was Chris Hemsworth's brother who's playing in that same movie, the Hercules movie that came right after or right before Dwayne the Rock Johnson's Hercules movie. And that one, if I remember correctly, the Liam Hemsworth one was like the original story or something that they were going for, instead of whatever the hell the Rock one was. Which maybe someone should tell the Rock the Greeks weren't Samoans.
Yeah, what do they care? They'll give
Yeah.
everyone a British accent anyway.
It is true. That reminds me of oh, what was it? The Egypt the Gods of Egypt movie, in which they had the Jamie Lannister actor play Horus.
I'm not sure. Sounds familiar, but I don't remember what it's called.
Oh, it's Gods of Egypt, I think is the movie.
Hmm.
Yep, 2016 film.
And-
The Jamie Lannister from Game of Thrones, he was playing the main character, Horus.
Huh.
And Gerard Butler was playing the main antagonist. Which is funny, we had a Brit and a Scottishman
Egyptian.
playing Horus and Set of your Egyptian gods. And it's like, these are Egyptian gods? Like, if anything, they're like light brown. Lowest you can go, technically, should with these gods. Like that one, I kind of understood why some people. Oh yeah, you had oh, what's his name? I think it was Anthony Hopkins, who was playing the Horus's tad. Oh no. Jeffrey Rush.
Oh, Jeffrey Rush.
Yeah. I don't know why I was thinking of Anthony Hopkins. Which you know him as the dude who plays Barbosa.
Yeah, Barbosa. But yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean, still a good movie.
Yeah, that's an adventure movie.
That is a good
The
adventure
first
movie.
movie's color palette is so great. I don't know what it is with like early 2000 movies. But they go extreme with the blues and extreme with the oranges.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to like fire scenes and stuff. And I like it.
Maybe it's because they were really playing around with digital color correction at that time. And getting pretty good at it, honestly.
Yeah, but I liked it. It looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Like if
Now
you wanted to go for like very much a warmth, you
Yeah.
know, without turning the person into like an Oompa Loompa. You know. Also, the first Pirates of the Caribbean, the moonlight scenes are actually very well done.
Oh, very
so well done, in fact. So well done, in fact, that it actually manages to highlight but also hide the CGI.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you where you don't really notice it when they're turning into skeletons and stuff.
Yeah.
Mind blowing how they did that.
Well, it's just good art direction. It's just good use of the technology. Same thing with what's it called? Davy Jones. They really had a good sense of vision for the look of that movie.
And then Harry Potter was able to do that. The first 3 films had that. Whoever the team, I don't know, I think they shared the same group of people. Because the coloring, in my opinion, looks the same between all 3 of them. Or all 4 of them, I mean. With Pirates of the Caribbean
Mm-hmm.
and the first 3 Harry Potter movies. They kind of have the same coloring, I've noticed, when you rewatch them.
Could have been the same people. Totally
I
could have.
think it is. I mean, I could be 100% wrong, but I think it is. Bring those dude back. Fire the person who keeps going for that damn gray blue steel look.
Yeah.
Like the Harry Potter movies kept getting darker and darker with the color palette.
Mm.
And then Fantastic Beasts, which you would think should be the most colorful out of them all,
Mm-hmm.
continued the trend and actually made it less colorful than the last Harry Potter movie. And then the last 2 Fantastic Beasts movies got even worse. To the point where it's like, why is this world so drab all of a sudden?
Yeah, that did become a trend, taking the color out of everything. It's kind of funny. Happened to video games first.
Did it happen to video games first, or was it movies?
It was video games first, because, like, think Gears of War. Which came out
The only
in,
reason I think
2006 or something like that.
you might be right on that. Well, video games had 2 choices. Make it piss yellow, piss green.
Shit, pretty much.
Sometimes piss blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or brown.
Or
Excuse me.
brown. Is
That was your
the
3
brown era.
colors.
Yeah.
Oh, and then sometimes they really experimented and they said, well, how about we make it piss yellow with some brown?
Yeah, basically.
I love Fallout New Vegas, but the piss yellow filter, very noticeable. Once you look at someone who puts a mod that actually removes that the filter saturation they put over it, you're like, this looks better already. I don't think you never seen Breaking Bad, have you?
Not in its entirety or even an episode. I have seen like scenes from it and stuff like that.
So in Mexico, for some odd reason, and I don't know why, all of the scenes have a yellow tint placed over them. And it's just Mexico.
That's fun.
And somebody went back over it and like color corrected the scenes
Oh, really?
to like where they're supposed to be normal, what they should look like with normal coloring, without the piss filter. Is that why Twilight Princess is so brown? Guilty Gear-esque.
I mean, that was the style at the time, yeah. So probably. Honestly, I like the art direction of Twilight Princess, though.
What is Twilight Princess?
Say again?
What is Twilight Princess?
Brown? Oh, it's a Zelda. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying that, but Guilty asked it. But yeah, probably they're guilty.
No. I was asking what it is. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it's a Zelda game. It's Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Fun fact, I've never played Zelda game.
They're good. They're a lot of fun. Very inspiring.
The last Nintendo console I owned was the N64. I still own it. I still have it.
Nice.
But,
I mean, you can get Ocarina of Time. It's a good time. It's a fun game.
yeah, but then I have to... Well, hold up. Those things still use the white, red, and yellow cords.
Yeah.
So technically, I could buy a HDMI adapter.
Yeah, you totally could.
However, it would still be running at like what? 240p?
Yeah. I think Ocarina of Time. No, I think it's. What resolution is Ocarina? Is it 240p or 240i? I think it's 240i. Things get really crazy with resolution when you go back that far. Oh, it's 480, but I think it's. The emulated port runs at 640 by 480. Quadruple that of the original. Huh.
Wait, so 640 quadruple mean like 120p?
Yeah. I mean, that sounds about right. It's like 144 or something like that.
Oh my god.
There are several different versions of the N64 release of Ocarina. The game resolution was doubled from 320 by 240, 640 by 480. See, so here's the interesting thing is that the Nintendo 64 could technically support up to 480i, not 480p, 480i interlacing. No games actually utilize 480i though, because it was so demanding on the hardware. They couldn't do it.
So what is 480i? Just because I actually don't know what that is.
So you have progressive scan and then you have interlace, right? And so when you see the I, it stands for interlace. When you see the P, it stands for progressive. So basically everything nowadays is progressive scan because it looks better. But basically the way to think about it is interlacing is you're actually only rendering half of the lines, and then you're doubling it up, more or less. And then use it, like sometimes, especially on digital displays, they use algorithms to like smooth the interlacing and whatnot. But on a CRT TV, it doesn't really matter because of pixel blending, basically of LED blending or whatever it would be, or not LEDs, but whatever the cathode ray tube is illuminating. But basically, so what that means is essentially you're working with like a half resolution kind of idea and then processing it twice in order to give a fuller picture. So progressive scan is more, it literally, what is it, dang it? basically processes every line. It's actually really complicated when you start getting into it. But basically everything ran like 480i was the highest resolution for Nintendo up until the Wii U, because the Wii could only support 480i as the highest resolution.
What could GameCube support then?
480i. That was as high as they got. Until, again, the Wii U, which I think the Wii U did 720? Or did they do 1080? I can't remember if they did 1080 or not.
The Wii U?
Yeah.
Oh, it was 720. It was
720? Yeah.
Xbox One and PS4 weren't even hitting really 1080.
But they could. See, that's what I'm talking about, is what could the hardware actually do? Not necessarily what was the most common use case.
I still don't even think it would be able to hit 1080p.
No, it could do 1080p. It just most game developers didn't render in 1080p.
Let me see. Resolution. Can the Wii or Wii U?
Wii U.
Oh no, maybe that one will hit 1080p.
I'm not sure. As far as the Xbox One and PS4 that go, though, they could do 1080.
Yeah, it can get up to 1080p. The Wii U. I thought you were talking about the Wii.
No, the Wii.
Like the Wii.
The Wii couldn't do 720. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like, even at that time, like Xbox and PlayStation 4 were still kind of a little struggling, or the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Maybe there were some games that can get to 1080p, but like most of it was like 720.
Yeah. Probably.
And then your next gen, they were even struggling to get to 1080 for a little bit, then got to it. And then you had like the mid-gen consoles that could do it no problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, now everything's looking at 4K on the horizon. And that's not even on the horizon, just straight up here.
Yeah, but isn't it like, it's not real 4K? It's not native?
That's a good question. I don't know, actually. I think it depends on the game, probably.
Yeah, from what like on consoles, it's definitely not native 4K. It's using a lot of techniques to upscale it.
Yeah, probably.
On PC, there are games you can't get to native. Otter knows this. If he's still there, he'll probably tell you.
Honestly, like... Oh, come on. What's going on? You know, like, at the end of the day, like... I'm not really sure 4K is really all that worth it. I mean, maybe 4K is, but anything over that, like, we're at a point where, like, it does not matter.
I don't know. I still don't think 4K is worth it. I think 1440p works just fine. It's fine.
Honestly, probably.
That's why I play most games on anyways.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Like, here's the thing. I know people might find this surprising. I don't think anything above 60 FPS fucking matters. I don't care about your 120 FPS. Who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are you really seeing that big of a difference? You know what I mean?
Not one that you notice. And if you do notice it, it's because the frames dipped for a second. Because eventually, like, it does not matter.
The graphics don't matter to a certain point.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't need you to render fucking 3 nose hairs. No. When like 99% of the game, I'm not, no, 99.9% of players are not going to notice it or really care about that detail.
Well, it's just kind of
That's
interesting where, there was always this push for graphical fidelity and stuff like that. It's like, well, we made it, and now the games have never sucked more consistently than now, so now what? It's like,
Well, we keep saying that the game is better. The open world. Oh no, they've actually switched goalposts.
oh yeah.
Remember, it was graphics. Now it's immersion,
Oh god.
right?
Yes,
Even though every
so
game is
immersive.
designed for you to be immersed in the world, it's still
Yeah.
in gameplay. But besides that, we're now getting into the game's immersion, and it's immersive sim or some shit.
Yeah. Which it's so
Like
funny
that.
to think like, immersive sim is kind of a new term because it used to just be called an RPG.
Yeah. But oh, I'm blanking. I might have to call it on the street for me. Like my brain is mush at this point. Yeah.
Well, you made it a long way. It's almost midnight. I'm thinking of still going. I've only gone for about 3 hours here, and I want to do some more panel work. So, but I do
It's almost
appreciate.
2 in the morning for me.
Dang, I do appreciate you sticking with me. This was actually a really fun stream. So we'll have to do this. again
Alrighty, man.
sometime. Have to get
I'll
you
see you
drawing.
later.
All right, have a good one, man.
See you later.
Good boy. All right. There you go. All right. Let's go ahead and switch back to the main view here. That was our very own Billy Bobsack. We'll probably have him on again. He wanted to do share some more artwork and such. So immersive sim is such a dumb term. Yeah, it's very goofy. But yeah, 15 FPS. What are you playing, the PAL version? Play the North American version, and you'll get yourself up to a whopping 25. I think. Is it 25? I think it's 25. Something like that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, as an animator, I kind of like low frame rates. Depending on the game. I actually kind of like it for the look in Ocarina of Time. The feel, it is a little clunky. It does feel a little clunky, I will admit. But it feels nice. I like the feel of 25 frames. Because it's like it's animated on like 2s almost, Was it not 15? I don't think it's 15. I think the PAL version is 20 to 22 because of their goofy 50 hertz nonsense. Or something like that. But the North American version, I'm pretty sure is 25. Pretty sure. Depending on the area that you're in, because it does lag in certain areas more than others. So some areas probably do get down to 15 frames a second. I know that's the case for Mario 64. But yeah, no, I like straight up like the game that I think is the definitively the better version to play because of the lower frame rate is actually Shadow of the Colossus. not because it's like it feels better or anything like that. Like, yes, 60 frames per second is going to feel better, but you lose the sense of weight from the Colossi when you have 60 FPS. You just straight up do. Because I remember when I saw the remake, I saw the Beast moving and stuff like that. I was like, oh man, it feels so much lighter. It looks so much smaller at 60 FPS. Watch someone playing it at, for the first one at 240 frames. What, Ocarina of Time or Shadow of the Colossus? Because yeah, if you're playing Shadow of the Colossus at 240 frames per second, it's like, nah. You want that kind of crunch because it. So basically, what's happening is in animation. It's actually a good practice to animate really big things on threes, which if you don't know, basically the easy way to present it is, you have 24 FPS, right, which is frames per second, which is standard for animation, but you can either make it like every single frame, right, which would be what's called animating on ones, which is very time consuming, or you can just be like, oh, I'm just going to animate every other frame, right? I'm going to draw like these frames instead. Or you can say, I'm going to draw every third frame, and that's called animating on threes. The other one's animating on twos. And basically what this does is for really big things, it's especially useful for really big characters or scenes or sequences. What it does is it creates a lull in the movement. There's this hesitation, and so it actually implies weight if you do it right, if you get the spacing right. And in Shadow of the Colossus, when you have the lower frame rate, this beast shaking around, you get that sense of hesitation. It creates this like impactful sense of violence. It's especially prevalent with Dirge, the snake colossus, the sand snake colossus. When you see him like coming at you from behind, and he's like coming out of the sand, and you're on aggro, and you're looking back, it's way more intense at a lower frame rate than a higher frame rate. It sells the idea of this massive monster moving through the sands way better at the lower frame rate. Bigger number does not always mean better. That's the lesson. It always really bothers me when like people talk about Spider-Verse, because everybody's like, oh, when Miles Morales is really clumsy, they animated him on threes to make him look clumsy, or on twos to make him look clumsy. And it's like, I mean, yeah, that is true. Like they used that technique in order to imply that, but they used twos and threes everywhere. You just didn't notice it because one, you weren't told, and two, they nailed the spacing. The spacing was really good, so it sells the action really well. Characters' arms twitching for no reason. Yeah, especially when it's interpolated, right? You have to be really careful about that. 30 FPS isn't so bad on like Ship of Harkinian, the PC port. 60 FPS though just looks very like floaty. He just looks really floaty, and that's a real like issue with game animation. It looks very floaty, right? People call it smooth. People are really obsessed with like smooth motion and whatnot because they like the pretty lights or something. But it's for an animator and for someone really trying to like sell a movement, it's very like it's not really quite right. It just looks very unnatural. That's why everyone was getting obsessed with interpolating anime, and it looks like hot garbage because it's screwing with the principles of the movement, the foundations of the movement, for the sake of being smoother. It looks very strange, yeah. But there's a lot of games though, even not including Ocarina of Time, where you have 60 FPS and the animation is just like it's weightless. It feels really like unimpactful, you know. And you might have even like noticed that with like a character, like when a character hits something in a game or something like that. Like it's why so many games I think rely on effects, you know, particle effects or decals or what have you, in order to sell an action, because it is very difficult to actually sell an impact at 60 FPS without people complaining that it looks, you know, quote unquote choppy, you know. Whatever the game was originally designed with is best. Yeah, I agree. Because yeah, you can design a game to look good at 60 FPS. Definitely, it's not like no, you have to do a low frame rate. Nah, like it depends on how you design it, right? It's whatever the goal is ultimately. And honestly, I even think that you probably could make the beasts in Shadow of the Colossus look really good at 60 FPS, honestly. And it's not like it looks terrible necessarily. It just looks a little like they don't look massive, right? They don't sell that effect. And there are ways you could have done that, right? Even at 60 FPS. I think if I would have appreciated if they had really done a little bit more to help sell that. I think part of the problem is also hyperfixation on detail. When something, the more something is detailed, the smaller it looks, because small things are detailed. When something is really close up to us, right? We see a lot of detail. So if it's like this pen, for example, you know, my stylus, like if it's really close, you see how the light is interacting with the texture, right? But on a really big object, there's so much diffusion happening within the like air and the atmosphere and everything like that, that if let's say you have like a giant beast, right? This big like shaggy coat and stuff like that. If you can make out every single little hair on him, he's gonna look really small, because even if he has really big, you know, hair follicles or whatever, like really, really thick fur, because it has so much detail, it looks like a small object you're looking at closely more than it does a big object. So actually less detail, more diffusion and blurring of that detail will actually sell a larger object or a larger character or beast or whatever. So I think that's actually another sort of problem, is it's so detailed that everything looks really small. Why mountains look massive is because the light it's bouncing from so far away that it's just diffused through the atmosphere. It's also why it lightens up atmospheric perspective. actually trying to think of like what game really does a good job selling like big, you know? Because that's a very difficult thing to sell in a video game is making something look really big. Lauren's Lure does scale pretty well, from what I've seen. Actually, I want to get that game at some point. That looks like a fun one. I need to actually... Okay. Yeah. Like that. Lauren's Lure. Yeah, it's an indie game that came out not too terribly long ago. Basically follows you're an automaton kind of character, and you follow this light into this mega complex underground, and you've been down there for like 100 years or something like that, and you've been searching for this light. Pretty cool. I don't know. Might be worth it to play it on stream someday. Let's turn off the thumbs real quick. How do I want to do this? I'm gonna have to draw through. So that's what the thumb is. It's been a while since I played a game on stream. The last time I played a game on stream, I started Soul Blazer, which was a lot of fun. I probably should go back and play that one some more on stream. That'd be good. Honestly, it would be fun to hook up my NES and play some. That's the pinky. Okay, hold on. I keep flipping the hand around and thinking about it wrong. But that should do. Once I actually get the right shape. Get some Alundra. Alundra. I don't know if have I ever heard of this? What is this? PS1. Ooh. I have a hacked PS3, PSP. I wonder, is this worth it? This looks pretty cool. I've never heard of this. But yeah, no, Soul Blazer is one of my favorite games for the Super Nintendo. I really enjoy that game. I'm glad I own it. Makes me really happy. Legend of Gaia. Now, Legend of Gaia, that's what it's called. Illusion of Gaia. Are you thinking Illusion of Gaia, or is there a game called Legend of Gaia? Because I'm familiar with Illusion of Gaia. Thinking they were made by the same people. Hold on. Let me see here. Because Illusion of Gaia is actually technically in the same series, if you will, as Soul Blazer. Okay. Well, okay, so it's both. It's Illusion of Gaia or it's Legend of Gaia, it seems. Maybe? I don't know. Illusion. Okay, got it. Yeah, no. Illusion of Gaia is in the same series as Soul Blazer. Soul Blazer's first, and then it's Illusion of Gaia, and then it's Terranigma. And Terranigma is the one I've really been wanting to try, but it's PAL exclusive. There are. The nice thing is that it is in English, but you can't buy just like a copy for a SNES in North America, unfortunately. I don't know why. It's kind of strange. Maybe, unfortunately, I don't think their other games did terribly well, so they just didn't bother. Yeah, so Terranigma, I do want to either get a ROM of it or get a repro meant for I guess it wouldn't be a repro technically, but it would be for Super Nintendo North American. I think that'd be kind of fun. I'm not big on getting repros, but man, sometimes like if you wanna own a copy of Earthbound and not break your bank, good luck finding any other way. Yeah, Alundra is its own thing. Looks pretty cool though. Looks like it might be fun. We're gonna switch gears and we're gonna listen to a little bit of Electric Children. Kind of build up my energy here. I am gonna real quick get up and move around and get some water. All right, stay hydrated. If it's cheaper and works well enough, I'll take it. Yeah, it's at a certain point, like, I mean, it's definitely a gray market. You know, I don't care for getting into gray market stuff, but, like, I want to play games on the original hardware, you know, and I don't want to spring for an EverDrive. And plus, it's nice to have a physical copy. And in the case of, like, that game, you know, there was never a North American release. So if you want to play it on original hardware, that's the only way to do it other than an EverDrive. And an EverDrive is just as, you know, much of a gray market, in all honesty. Yeah, maybe not quite as much, but still. Because an EverDrive doesn't sell you a ROM. I'm not sure. Let's see. But yeah, I've actually been wanting to go through a bunch of older RPGs on the Super Nintendo. I think I might have mentioned this. I'm still working through Lufia right now. Need to get more into the habit of just sitting down and playing it. But yeah, I've got Lufia, I've got Lufia 2, I've got different Final Fantasy games. I'd love to get to 10, Final Fantasy 10. Oh, here's a fun thing. So I've been on the hunt for a game, and I don't know if anyone's gonna know it. I'd be kind of surprised because I've combed through the PS2 and PS1 library and have not come across it yet. And I've been actively searching for it, right? But basically, it's a game that my neighbor had when we were kids. Like I said, I think it was a PS2 game. It could have potentially been a PS1 game, but I'm almost certain it wasn't GameCube or Wii. I'm not 100% at this point because like I just can't find it. How's Lufia? Lufia is pretty good. I'm enjoying it. It's a very simple RPG, but it's enjoyable. It's a little rough at the beginning, and the combat is a little annoying to get used to because you can't specify who you want to attack. So you're a little bit up to RNG more than I care for. But it's fun. It's a really fun, like, classic JRPG. I'm quite far into it. I'm probably like 3/4 of the way through it, if I were to guess. Maybe 2/3. But, so this game, PS2, and all I can kind of remember from it is you're this kind of like wizard girl with a wand, and you're running around these different like arena type areas. They look like these arenas. At least this is the part that I remember. It was close to the end of the game. And I distinctly remember one of the levels, one of the kind of arenas, was kind of the spaced out kind of looking area. And you're on this platform and you fight a clone of yourself. And it kind of threw us off at first. But basically you run around and you like cast magic and that's your attack, essentially. And it's not like anime in the like, you know, the way that you think about it like nowadays or whatever. It's like they were trying to do an anime style on like either PS1 or PS2 graphics. So you know how that looks. But yeah, so that's the basic premise. I'm not sure if it was necessarily a platformer game or what, really. It seemed like kind of an arena like combat thing. It was really weird. I saw it once. And then he didn't have it the next time it came out. I'm pretty sure it was only single player as well. But if anybody knows if that's like, oh yeah, I know that game, I'd be really curious. I'm not sure what game I'm going to go on to next after Lufia. I have been wanting to play like Final Fantasy VI for a really long time. I really want to play Final Fantasy X as well as 9. I want to give 9 a shot as well. Nintendo consoles PC. Yeah, and it's hard because it's like I don't know for sure. I'm like 90% sure it's on PS2, right? Like, and I'm like, because he had a PS2, he didn't have an Xbox, he didn't have a GameCube, but he did eventually have a Wii, right? But by then, like this, it must have been after, right? Remember if the gun has the ribbon on it or not. Double check here. Yes, it does. Final Fantasy IX might be getting a remaster. Yeah, it might be. Wasn't there a... Oh, what was it? Something started up. There was some announcement recently. Was it in the Nintendo Direct? And people were like getting super hyped because they thought it was going to be Final Fantasy IX, but it was something else. Final Fantasy IX remaster. Honestly, I have access to the Final Fantasy X remaster, so I probably am going to play through that. Although I will say, I swear, man, like as far like PS2 games, some PS2 games still look just stupid good. And honestly, Final Fantasy X is one of those games. Like, especially like the cutscenes and stuff like that. It's like they look really good. It's kind of crazy. It's like, geez, no wonder you guys made Advent Children. I already got the cartridge for the Switch last year. For Final Fantasy IX? Did they sell it on cartridge? For the Switch? I don't know. I just always assume that companies are gonna resell their games anyway at some point. Especially something like Enix. Or rather Square Enix. How do I want to do this? Huh, I didn't know that. Honestly, though, it's so funny in the midst of like the Switch 2 coming out and all that kind of stuff and the prices and whatnot. It's just like I'm still sad over here. I'm like, I've never actually played through the PS1 library. There's so many games I haven't played through. I should load my PSP up with games and just play those. Just a warning, battles take a while to load in that game. Like if you're playing like the original, like on the PS1. Or just in general, is it like just super slow? Yeah, honestly, I mean, I could take or leave the game industry at this point. Like, honestly, I don't need AAA games to play worse than what I can already get. I mean, it's so funny with all the games that come out. It is very rare that I sit down and I play a game where it's just like, and I feel like, oh yeah, like this was a great game. This was a game that was just like 100% worth it. You know, I can think like Hat in Time was like that. Hat in Time was fantastic. Had so much fun with that game. Corn Kids 64 was that. As far as modern titles go. When I played through Earthbound was that. Had a really great time with Earthbound. A lot of the Halos. Basically 1 through Reach. 7 or 8 seconds for the battle start? Jeez. Even on a cartridge? That's crazy. Because I would expect that in like on a CD, right? It's got to load, it's got to spin up and load. But on a cartridge, you'd think it would just be instant. That's kind of the whole point of using cartridges. Wish you could play them all. Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's the thing, is it's just like I have so many games I want to get to. Like it's actually counterintuitive of me to go out looking for more games, because like that's just distracting me from the games I really want to play, you know? Right? This might be a thing with Final Fantasy 9. Wow. Huh. I guess I'll have to try and see how it goes. But heck, I want to play through like the Spyro games. I want to play through the Metal Gear games, you know? Been wanting to do those for a while, honestly. I'm actually going to turn up the music a touch. Because this is some good stuff. I don't know, like, there is an atmosphere to older games, like, and it's not just nostalgia, because, like, I didn't really grow up with the PS1, you know? And even indie games can get this, right? Even like, smaller games can really get at this, and that is just sort of the rawness of experiencing a game. I might just have only go back and play old stuff. Yeah, see, I can't afford new stuff, so I'm stuck with old stuff, and I'm okay with that. I haven't even bought a Switch, you know. I borrowed a Switch from my friend when I played Breath of the Wild, and I really enjoyed that. I thought that was a really fun experience. It was honestly what I, like, it wasn't perfect, you know. A lot of people kind of bash on the weapons breaking, stuff like that, and I actually am, I don't like that myself. But I do think it was good for the franchise ultimately. Because it shook things up. And I do think that Zelda needed a little bit of a shake-up. They tried to do that with Skyward Sword, and it didn't quite land, honestly, for me. But this is like, okay, let's reinvent it, right? But yeah, so the idea of games like still having what they had when we were younger isn't gone forever. It's not like it's something that's stuck in the past. It really isn't. which is fun, which is really exciting because it means like, oh, you know, it's not just a nostalgia thing. That's good. Ultimately, that is a good thing because it means that games can still be fun. You just have to be a little bit more specific about the ones that you really pick up. Which, to be fair, like, that's kind of always been the case. You know, you go back and you play like the NES library. Not every game was Super Mario Brothers 3. You know? There was a lot of bad games on that console. And same with Super Nintendo, and same with N64, right? Same with PS1. It's just that you had your companies you could kind of rely on, your Rares and your Square Enixes and your you know, Nintendo launch titles or first party titles and stuff like that. And now that's kind of, that has been sort of shaken up. It's like, oh, you know, you can't trust Ubisoft to actually make a good game. Maybe a mediocre one if you're lucky, you know, on a franchise that's been going for way too long while they neglect Rayman. Freaking sell it off already, you morons. Just do it. Like, I don't care at this point. Just do it. I have a slight grudge. But at the same time, like, you know, you have like I said, like freaking Corn Kid 64. This guy, one guy, out of nowhere, decides to drop a really fun 3D platformer, and I'm like, yes, please. Slowly learning that not every game that I picked up was worth it. Yeah. I'm in no hurry. Like, that's the thing. I'm in no hurry to pick up new games. Because, like, the more you think about it, the less it's worth it, right? It's like, yeah, it might be good, right? You might enjoy it. Or it might be really mediocre. And then on top of that, your chances are you're going to have to wait for the day one patch anyway. And that's only going to fix half the bugs. So you're going to have to wait a few more weeks before it gets another patch, probably. And then if you're lucky, that'll solve it. But it'll probably still feel kind of crappy, to be honest. Like, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth paying a premium on something that's not finished, you know? It's like, I'd rather just pay less later when the game is finished. I had to wait, you know, however long for production anyway. Like, why not wait a little longer, you know? You know, I'm patient. Yeah, Corn Kids 64. It's I think actually Corn Kids did have a demo, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, no, demos are really good. Demos are nice. But it's just a really fun classic style 3D platformer, but it doesn't feel like it feels complete. You know what I mean? It's not like it's just trying to rely on you know, retro graphics to hide the fact that it actually is just like the people don't know how to do modeling, you know? Like the guy who made it, like, the animation's fantastic, the art direction's great, I love it. It's super polished. It's short, but it's also only like $7, right? And on sale, I got it on sale for like $5, and I got like 8 hours out of it or something like that, of like really awesome polished 3D game design. I was like, this is exactly everything I want. I would honestly, like, day one, if he released like another level or something like that, because it's basically just like a handful of levels, one of which is like a tutorial level, and then like one main level, you know. If he released another one, like another game in that series or whatever like that for $7, I'd buy it. Like, straight up. It's like, if that's how you got to do it to make the whole game, like, heck yeah. Because if I can get 8 hours out of $7, you know, 8 really good hours, which is all I really want to spend on a game anyway, you know. Man, I remember the days of Jam Pack for PS2. Oh, that was fun. Oh, that was so cool. Because, like, and that was, oh man, that was a big thing as well. Like, this is something that I think really needs to come back. Like, honestly, like, this sincerely needs to come back. And that is the, what would you call it? The, surrounding experience, right? That the 2000s did this so well, like distinctly, the 2000s did this really well, because you would get in the mail, you'd get a disc, right? The Jam Pack, the next Jam Pack, or like it would be in a case actually a lot of times, and it would have a bunch of demos and stuff like that. But it wasn't just a bunch of demos; it was a full blown experience because like you would have an animated menu, and it would be some cool like cyberspace visualizer kind of thing, you know, and like like otherworldly, you know, it was just cool, you know. It just totally sold you on this idea that like, hey, you're gonna be like exploring different worlds, you know, stuff like that. It was part of the experience, you know. And now that's the thing with games, is like they feel really like sanitized of that, almost like, oh, we don't want to go too far out there. We don't want to like imply we're going too surreal, or we're you know really leaving reality behind here. No, we're not going to do that. So all of your icons are going to be like nice squares. Are going to be perfectly readable, you know, like shape language is all going to be the same. Menus are all going to be the same. You know, it's going to make perfect sense to you like every single time because you know we want readability, you know. And it just feels like it's very, you know, very corporate, you know, it's kind of a thing. But yeah, no, it's like, no, I want that just like otherworldliness, you know, like Toonami Tom coming out like telling you you're gonna be watching Dragon Ball type stuff, you know. like that's good stuff, man. I think it would be kind of hard to integrate with the way that things are. The only thing I could think is if like Steam really went hard into it, but like Steam's got their thing they're doing, you know, so I can't really expect that. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like menus in general have really regressed. And I know why, because I went to school for design. And a premise has really taken root in design where it's this basically the idea is minimalism. And the concept is you don't want to distract from the content. So whatever you're designing, whether it be like a pamphlet or a game or whatever, everything you do should be to like hyper focused on portraying the content, right? So if that's like a map marker, you don't want that map marker to be intricate, essentially. You want it to be as simple and streamlined as possible. But my issue with that is, okay, what about the experience surrounding that marker, right? Because if it's just a marker, then that's boring. Like I can pull out a GPS or my phone and put a marker on a map and boom, I have the same experience, right? But how does that marker actually interact with the experience? That's what it starts to, you begin to ignore, essentially. And so, like, you know, I have opinions on that design philosophy, as you can probably tell. I also need to do. Okay, so this is the correct way. I gotta remember that. And his, it's on this side. Okay. Exactly. That is a textbook example. Where yeah, everything's square box, right? Like everything's a square little box, and the font looks like freaking Helvetica turned sideways. Yeah, it's like oh. And meanwhile, you look at freaking Twilight Princess where they have intricate like Celtic knots and stuff like that woven into the UI, and it just looks gorgeous. And it's just like, oh my gosh, it makes me want to die. Like I look at it and I'm dying inside looking at it. It's a good game, you know. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad game, but it does bring down the experience. Exactly, it's boring. It's just functional, you know. There's a lot of like discussion about form from function and stuff like that. It's like frick that noise, like. Yeah, like to an extent, you have to think about that because if you make it too cryptic, then it's annoying, right? But you can do better than that. You like again, look at Twilight Princess, the selector ring. Someone really pointed this out. A guy I like to watch called Mr. Welbig on YouTube. He does great videos. I highly recommend him. He's just a really fun guy to listen to. He talks about like emulation and whatnot. At dev mode, why not? But he talked about like that UI design is really slick. It's really, really good. Like you can very easily get to all the items, and you get a lot of items in that game. But all it is you open it up, you flick to the item you want, you assign it, and then you're done. And that's it. You don't have to like scroll through a menu or anything like that, right? Which is even better than the Breath of the Wild menu, right? Where you're having to scroll through page after page after page, right? So like you can have both, you know, like it doesn't need to be exclusive. So yeah, no, that is a textbook example of what I'm talking about. Oh shoot, I forgot to do the plate around his head. We're gonna do I need free transform on this. Let's do something like that. I am still awake there, Dad Facts. I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know. I'm going good. It's Saturday tomorrow, so who cares? Mr. Welbig. Yeah, it's one word. It's Mr. Welbig, Welbig. I'm pretty sure. And it's like 42 or something like that. But if you just type in Mr. Welbig, spelled like that. Heck, I'll put it in chat. Why not? Like that. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that'll get you there. Yeah, the item ring. Like I never thought about it, but he's right. Like that is a really good UI design. Like that is super good. It's incredibly easy to use. It's very fast. And what was really cool, it was actually great on the Wii. Like it was super easy to just flick over, oh, boop, 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 you know, just like assign all your items and stuff like that. Or throw it on B, the B button. That was one thing that I really liked about the Wii version, because I played the Wii version primarily. And the Wii version gets some flack, mostly because, you know, speedrunners, right? Which it's fair enough to mostly speedrun the GameCube version, but, you know, the Wii version is still perfectly playable. It's actually a very, very good version of the game, in my opinion. But I need this more centered. the controls for the items were actually fantastic on the Wii version because you could assign 3 items and then you would flip it out with the B button. So the B button was basically a 4th item slot, essentially. And so if you wanted to just quickly assign something to a U slot, vaguely there, Dad Facts. People do speedrun the Wii version of the game. If I was going to speedrun Twilight Princess, I'd probably speedrun the Wii version. Just because it's the one I know, yeah, right? Yeah, no, so if you wanted to just switch an item out really fast and just use it, you could just, boom, B button, done, right? Like, it would just... Better version of Infinite, yeah. Honestly, like, you get used to the waggle controls. They're not the worst. They can be a little imprecise, but, like, not terribly so. Not like Skyward Sword at all. It's basically just like a button input, right? And I kind of liked the fact that I could lay on my bed and look at my like CRT, my tiny little combo CRT TV that I played like everything on, and just like have my arms to the side, right? So I didn't have to like have my arms up or anything like that. My arms are just laying to the side and I'm still playing the game because of the nunchuck. That actually was kind of sick. Why do I never talk to you about speedrun? Because you never ask. I mean, to be clear, I don't speedrun myself, but I watch a lot of stuff on speedrunning. Heck, I just watched Summoning Salt last night. Good video. I'm looking forward to the next one already. Heck, the Rixer just put out an awesome final part to his like 9-part series on the history of Jak 3 speedrunning, which was really cool history. That was actually an awesome breakdown. Really fun stories in that. I vaguely remember hearing stuff about that. I mean, I know you and Corm. Yeah, because Corm used to speedrun as well. I mean, what kind of stuff did you speedrun, Dad Facts? I can't remember, and I'm curious. Because I'm always down to talk speedrunning. I do like it. I think it's a fun history to go through. Honestly, there are very, very, very few games that I would be inclined to speedrun myself. The only ones potentially would be like Jak and Daxter, and I don't know, maybe something like Corn Kid 64. Ooh, Kirby. You used to speedrun Kirby 64. Huh. Splatoon, Dead Space 3, Mario Party, Super Mario Sunshine, Mario Party. You used to speedrun Mario Party? That sounds awful. Super Mario Sunshine, huh? You ever make any big impacts? Like find tricks or routing or anything like that? Oh, Paper Mario 64, that's awesome. Oh, I love that game. Honestly, like, I really want to play that game again. It was awful. I can imagine freaking Mario Party speedruns. Gosh. Usually it's the RNG that's like the most like... That's the thing you try to eliminate the most, right? From a speedrun. Oh man, now I really want to play Paper Mario again. I'm gonna say it. Like, I've said it before. I don't care. I will stand by it. I like Paper Mario 64 more than Thousand Year Door. I don't hate Thousand Year Door or anything like that. I thought it was a fun game. But man, I enjoyed Paper Mario 64 so much more. Like kind of significantly more than Thousand Year Door, honestly. There was something about the Paper Mario 64 that was just so much fun. Like, a giant glitchless percent race, and it took close to 11 hours. Dang. You agree on that? That's good to hear. I know I'm not the only one. But I just felt like there was a ton of backtracking in Thousand Year Door, which wasn't the worst, but it was a thing. And I don't know, I just found the first game so much more charming. I really loved the world of Paper Mario 64 more. It was just so much more, I don't know, it felt more adventurous, honestly, in certain regards. And more like whimsical, I guess, in a lot of regards. Like, you know, Bo's Mansion and the Windy Valley, or the door to the Flower Kingdom and whatnot. Or Flower Valley, whatever it's called. Toyland. The Toyland, oh my gosh, that place was great. Because the Shy is full of Shy Guys, and I love Shy Guys. Those guys are great. They're hilarious. They're adorable, and they're underutilized, and Nintendo should feel bad. I need to do the circle, dang it. I keep getting distracted, putting little globs of goop on people's clothes. Current time for Pina was 9 years ago and close to sub 5 hours. Dang. And that's glitchless? I'm trying to think if there's any like actual RPG I would love so much that I'd be willing to sit down and speedrun it. I think the only one would probably be Paper Mario. I'm not a big RPG guy, honestly. Because even like one of my favorite, you know, like something like Earthbound, I wouldn't want to speedrun it because it's just like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like a good speed game in my book. You know, it probably has interesting tricks and cool history and stuff like that, but like, I don't know, it just doesn't really get to me as a speed game. Even like watching it, I don't really watch speedruns of Earthbound. Dang. Oops. Yeah, see, that's the thing, like, you know, like, it is, you do kind of sacrifice it, all right? Like, so that's a big reason why I wouldn't really want to get in speedrunning, because it's like, you start looking at it as more of a piece of software than an actual like game experience, right? And there's no game that I would really want to do that to. Like even Jak and Daxter, like the only reason Jak and Daxter would be one that I would consider doing that is because I love the movement. Like, and I wouldn't say like I'm like super expert mode like movement guy, but like it feels natural to me, and I could get good. Like I could see myself getting good at it, right? Like I don't know, I've been tempted to do some like casual speedrunning of Jak and Daxter, just for the fun of it. Not even like trying to do the most optimal route, just like doing what I can to try to beat the game as fast as possible and seeing what I can do, you know. How janky the actual game. Yeah, like who cares about Dead Space 3? You know, like yeah, speedrun a mediocre or bad game that just has really interesting like technique and or routing or whatever. You know. Oh. Is void by your young self doing a microtransaction? Oh. Also, I'm not familiar with RSI. Fly to the loading zone? Yeah. The classic. Classic clipping. That's actually, I mean, that's why I like, you know, Zelda speedrunning and whatnot. I watch, probably Zelda speedrunning the most. Pretty much everything from, you know, Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker and Majora's Mask, as well as, I've been getting into, to Twilight Princess speedruns, checking those out. I've been watching, like, the Wildebeest and whatnot. It's just so funny to think how long I've actually really been repetitive stress injury. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like I got to take care of my hands, right? I do a lot of drawing, so I can't be like destroying my hands on the video game. And plus, like, you know, if you're doing it for like hours and hours and hours, it's like, okay, at some point, like, I should be drawing. You know, I got other commitments. I got other things. But it's just so funny thinking like I've been into like not only speedrunnings but the ROM hacking scene as well. Like I wasn't like in it, like doing it or anything like that, but I was always fascinated by it. It's actually why you see me not playing with controller. Oh wow, interesting. No carpal tunnel for you. Yeah. Yeah, no, you take care of your hands, do your stretches. I really should be getting, you know, I'm getting older. I really should be getting into the habit of stretching my hands more often. I have strong wrists. I have pretty dang good wrists. I think it's all the piano I play. I've strengthened them over the years. Or keyboard, rather. But yeah, as far as like ROM hacking and stuff like that goes, I remember looking up videos on like Mario 64 ROM hacking and whatnot, and seeing like people make different colored versions of Mario and whatnot, like really basic stuff back in the day, you know, 2008, right? Like early YouTube stuff. And it's just it's kind of never gone away, that fascination with the idea of like brute forcing modding a game, you know, or you know, figuring it out how it functions and whatnot. I just think that's really cool, the intricacies of it all, especially in older games and consoles, because you know you're especially on like the N64 or the NES or the Super Nintendo, you're right above the bare metal, pretty much, you know, assembly code and whatnot. It's really good to do. The easiest one is just, you know, pulling your hand back, and just make sure it's stretching all your fingers. If you have a table, just applying pressure, just making sure that you get good mobility, right? Because that helps with, you know, blood flow and stuff like that. Good to do. Take care of your bodies. time is it? It's almost 1. Jeez. I'm actually gonna paint the blade. Why did bot trying to kill you? Frickin' show it to's boss. Remove your own organs. I did, and I'm fine. We are going long tonight. Yeah, I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours here. Okay, so I need to do a little bit of scuffing of fur. So I'm gonna try to make the next panels not as detailed, just to kind of make it easier on myself. Talk to Corm about what I did with the designs. It was really fun. I did them real quick. I want to keep exploring them, and I need to like look at more concepts and try to think things visually a little bit more. I haven't been in a super design headspace in a while, so it'll take me a minute. But yeah, no, I'm liking how they're coming along, and I'm glad that you like them as well. Okay. Have my permission to be as creative as you want. I'll try. We'll see what I come up with. I'm actually gonna... I wanted to try to go out there with some of it. Just really kind of think of like, you know, unconventional kind of concepts and stuff like that. Because that's what I really like in sci-fi. Is like when you're like, okay, this is a whole other ball game, right? This is like, you know, you're dealing with, you know, forces and climates and stuff like that that are so foreign, right, to the senses. So how do you deal with that? How do you okay, I need to sketch this out. And we're gonna turn that off. We're gonna crank that up. wanna... Best way is through the design of what people wear to survive. Exactly, yeah. That's actually what I try to think of in general when I design, because it's very easy to kind of work yourself into a place where you're like you're getting really creative, and so you're doing all this like crazy stuff with your like designs of like what the characters are wearing, stuff like that. And it's like, oh, this is the culture, this means this, blah blah blah. And then but you have to like eventually take a step back and it's like, okay, would anyone actually wear this? Because this looks really like cumbersome, you know, like if they're gonna wear it, they have to like be wearing it for a reason. And so that's actually how I designed these guys. Is my thought process was, I was like, okay, oops, my thought process was, you know, I want them to look ornate. I want them to look like almost chiefly, you know, like they come with rank, right? But at the same time, I wanted it to be like also very like, I don't know if practical is the right word, but like there's a premise behind how they're dressed, right? The robes and the cloaks and stuff like that, right? Which you'd think, okay, in the desert, you know, why, you know, the heavy clothes and whatnot. But I kind of took inspiration from like real life deserts and whatnot. And so places in like Africa, for example, they don't use metal armor a lot of time, or rather they didn't use metal armor back, you know, when they were fighting with swords and whatnot, because it's freaking hot in Africa. So like the last thing you want to do is cook yourself alive in plate mail, right? I think they did have some plate mail, or at least like cuirasses, kind of like Roman or Grecian style cuirasses and whatnot. But eventually what they got into is they would create cloth armor, like padded armor, essentially. And the reason is because, hey, it's hot, but it's lighter than, you know, metal, right? It doesn't soak up the heat and become, you know, an oven, basically. So that was kind of my thought, was like, okay, if these guys are in the desert, yeah, sure, it's gonna be hot, but like this is at the same time really protective, right? Clothing actually keeps you cooler in warmer climates, doesn't it? It probably, like, I think that, yeah, like there's different people who also wear like white, right? Like white, very thin fabric that stays off the skin. And I imagine it's because, hey, that's going to basically dissipate that heat, right? So it probably is a lot more comfortable. So yeah, I mean that's kind of the idea behind, you know, the way that they dress. It has that premise behind it. Let's go back here. And I want him to look kind of like, and it's kind of the same thing with the Rook, right? Like, you know, he's this big, tall, you know, gangly kind of fisherman out in the desert. And he just wears a poncho mostly. You know, he doesn't wear a shirt because why would he? He just has this poncho that kind of protects him from the sun and the sand and the wind. How do I want to do that? And then his hat, you know, it's a wide brim hat to keep the sun off of him, painted white, and it is metal. But man, whatever. probably make more sense to be out of like straw or something like that. But it's lasts a long time. He doesn't have to worry about replacing it because he's very solitary. I mean, he's out in the desert for years and probably goes years without seeing anyone. Just fishing, building up a stockpile. Doesn't need a drink, so he doesn't have to worry about water. Big story elements. Yeah. No, I'm all for like integrating like story into the design, right? Like if these guys are the way that you describe them to be, they should have a look, right? They should have this like look to them, right? I'm not much of a character designer, honestly. I don't feel like I'm really that much of a character designer. But I do my best. I think what I have going for me is story. I'm good at telling a story at least. So I integrate that into the design. I think I'm good enough, and I'm happy with that, honestly. I mean, the funny thing about the way I design characters and whatnot is the practicality of a design isn't just like it's also because like I don't want to draw a bunch of garbage on a character. I look at designs versus like an over designed character, and I just think I wouldn't want to draw that like even once. But I'm an animator. I'm used to drawing things a lot, and I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I wouldn't want to draw all that like over and over again. Why would I like? And so I start thinking, I'm like, well, why would they want to wear all that? It's like I think about like the typical kind of adventurer kind of geared look and stuff like that, where it's like, oh, they have a belt with the pouch and the equipment on the back and the thing and the blah, and like all these tchotchkes and junk. And I'm just sat there. I'm like, man, when you make camp, it must take you like 5 hours to get everything off, or like pick it all up. It's just like, good grief, like you're out adventuring and all that crap. It's like I understand like carrying supplies and stuff like that, but like, I mean, it's a lot sometimes for a character, especially if it's like clearly like some kind of warrior or something pretentious like that. But it's just like, man, like if you're out there like trying to hunt something down and kill it, like you're not gonna want to have all that crap on you unless you need it, Otherwise, you're bogging yourself down. At the very least, you'd want to have like either if you're going it solo because you're Mr. Cool Guy or whatever, you're gonna want to be light, or you're gonna want to bring like crews or a crew with you to carry supplies if you need it and set up like a base camp or something. Ooh. Oh, I like things like that. I don't know. I think pragmatism does go a long way, though. I think people really get a sense for pragmatism. Yeah, that'll work. I want him more like facing up. Like, I mean, he has like. I want him to kind of look a little bit freaky because, like, you've never seen this guy move like this in the story. Like, he is like in kill mode. That's how I want him to look like intimidating as he's crawling up this like kind of like moving over himself in a very unnatural way because he's not human, you know. He is this like he's gonna look, you know, predatory in terms of just his natural state. I'm actually going to raise this a touch. And the reason is because I want to see if I can see if I can put his hand over the edge. Actually, also gonna have him like that. That way, it implies that his other arm is like up. See, a little simple line change like that can like do a lot. It's interesting. Actually, I don't know what the back of this guy's head looks like. I also just realized I forgot the necklace. Have I forgot that here too, and technically I forgot it. I didn't forget it here, but I did forget it here. No, wait, that's not him. I did forget it. No, I didn't forget it here. Okay, so I've only forgotten it here. That's not bad. I think. Hold on. Oh, you can't even see it anyway, so doesn't matter. I honestly don't know how he's climbing up the ship. So you're around? Definitely there, Dadfax. I'll be around. Have a good one. Okay, so let's go ahead now and... Oh, come on, YouTube. I need to figure out what the shape of his head is, and then... And he's bald, so it's gonna be wrinkled on the back. Maybe a little smaller. Why am I red now? I don't know. Did it change? Oh, it did. Oh, that's strange. It must be the way that uh, caffeine or caffeinated works. You know, I was thinking of doing yakisoba tonight, but I might do burritos. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I want. Yakisoba or burritos. What do you guys think? I haven't had yakisoba in a few days, and I just had burritos the other day. I just did ramen yesterday, so that's out of the bag. Although I did just pick up a new onion and spinach. Although I could make some really good yakisoba with that. Put the onion in with the chicken and the rice and the noodles. That sounds really good. Okay, I think I decided it. Yeah, Legend of Dragoon. I've heard of Legend of Dragoon, and then Lunar 1 or 2. That sounds really familiar. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else. What am I? I'm thinking of that really whimsical, what is that, Moon RPG? Like Moon Story, is that what it's called? I can't remember. Maybe you know it. Okay, so say, wait. Lunar Remastered. What was this originally on? Was this originally on, like, Sega Saturn? Hold on. It's gotta be around here. Lunar Series, first release. Master Plan. Sega CD. Okay, Sega CD. That is, man, that is a library I know, like, nothing about. It is, like, Sega CD and all that. So, Lunar. Yeah, I've not heard of Lunar. Maybe I have, just in some passing, but I've not looked into it for sure. See, I don't know what it's called. Let me... Oh, it's just called Moon. I think. Yeah. Yeah, Moon. It looks like a lot of fun, honestly. I wanted to give it a shot. It looks like there's a remake on... Steam as well. Huh. But yeah, it looks very strange. Hold on, did it? Yeah, no, it came out. When did it come out? $1997. Yeah, I think it came out. Yeah, on PlayStation. Yeah, that would be one to load up. I should get that one. Lunar's getting remastered, but without the original voice acting. Ah, is that a bummer? Sometimes that voice acting can be really rough, but if it is always kind of a bummer if it's like an aspect of the game that's, you know, not making a return. You know, kind of, you know, cheapens the experience of a remake in certain regards, depending on what kind of remake it is, I guess. Might be a bummer to have no idea. I mean, I can't imagine Resident Evil without the voice acting. That'd be a bummer, that's for sure. All right, let's go ahead and give this a shot here. Oh, that's the wrong brush. You are almost a Jill sandwich. Classic. How could you not love it? You know, it's funny. Like, I've seen a bit of the Resident Evil games, but I've never sat down and played them. That's another one on the PS1 I never sat down and played. My brother has a lot of those games. 1, 2, and 3, I think, originally. And the lenses aren't that big. Actually, it would show the other side. There we go. Just know the line, yeah. Honestly, I love pre-rendered graphics in games. I think it gives a really cool look. High five plus. Okay. You know, it's funny. I went for a walk today and got sunlight. That's probably why I have so much energy. Walks really do help. It's kind of crazy. Should probably take more. Gonna push this over here and that. Man, he is so much easier to draw because like I can do like crazy stuff like this and be like, yeah, that's just how he moves, or like this with his leg. Don't go to bed. Not yet. Not yet, demon. It is good to see you, though. Gotta keep your legs healthy. No, it does. It's good, man. Going for walks is good for the soul, good for the mind, good for everything. I need to get back to exercise myself, but truth be told, I'm kind of like I will do that after my surgery, because I know I'm gonna like if I get into a really good routine, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm exercising again, and then I go to surgery, and then it's like, oh, there goes my routine. So I'm gonna build up a good routine when I get out, and not too soon after, unfortunately, but still. Skinny or bulky? I don't know. I kind of like the bulky arm. It might be off model, but I kind of like it. I'll fatten this arm about a touch. Just a bit. Honestly, doesn't look bad. There we go. Should I? Let me have it go down this way. Oh, I did 100 and destroyed the thought. Yeah, that'll do it. I used to have pretty strong legs, honestly. I probably like still do, but I can't lift as much as I used to be able to. Unfortunately, just physically, not good for me. I can still do a good amount though. Enough to exercise at least. Probably not going to be, you know, moving any washing machines solo anytime soon, though. That's for sure. Couldn't sit down properly for a week and a half. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, you want to start slow. You don't want to, you know, that's actually, yeah, that's not how you want to do it for sure. Stairs are good. That will give you a workout for sure. Around where I am, I have hills. I don't need no stairs. I just go outside. I'm already doing good. It's not quite the same as stairs, but it gives you a bit of a workout. Okay. Man, he has weird hands. Imagine these big old mitts getting a hold of you. That's not correct. Have a good one, Demon. Yeah, it is late, that's for sure. I'm not going to be doing this for much longer, so you're not going to be missing anything. But always glad to have you stop by, for sure. Take care and have a good one. And he doesn't have fingernails. Doesn't really need them. This... Something like that. Speaking of wrapping up, I really wanted to make it to the a specific song, but it's at the end of this playlist. I don't think we're gonna make it. Oh well. Next time we listen to it. I could keep going. How much more do we have? I think they can keep going for a little while longer. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Or maybe I should. I'll worry about that later. I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I am starting to get tired, and I don't want to have to fix a bunch of stuff because I was too tired to work on this. We went for nearly 6 hours. About 5.5 hours in reality. And YouTube did really good, actually. I'm really happy that YouTube didn't completely destroy itself on my stream. All right, so I will be back next week. We had 3 days of streams. I'm probably not going to be doing as long of a stream. I might be back on my later schedule as well, around like streaming around 6 because I have work next week. You want to go to bed too? Yeah, that's fair. But I will be back probably on Tuesday. I don't know about Monday. Probably not Monday. But I'm going to try to hit Tuesday. Keep this going. Keep this party rolling. You still have a lot of pages to go, so I really want to keep going. But it's coming along. I am liking how this page is coming out. I think that this really shows just the, like, it's just brutal, right? Like, dude's getting speared. Like, that's happy with how that turned out. So gonna try to make these next panels a bit quicker, and then give a little bit more focus on the last panel to really sell that last like leap up over the wall, that energy. I think that that'll be really cool. And then the next page is gonna be a lot more work as well. But yeah, we're getting there. It's getting through it. So, and then eventually we'll get the color. So, hopefully that'll be done sooner than later. This has taken me so long. But yeah, take care. Have a good one. See you all hopefully on Tuesday. Bye-bye.